I'd like to call the regular governing board meeting with executive session to order. Today is February 18th, 2026. And please let the record reflect that it is 6:04. And I'll begin with the roll call. Board members present, Ms. Cantu,
Present.
thank you. And Ms. Hernandez,
Hello, everyone. Present.
thank you. Ms. Romero, please let the record reflect Ms. Romero's absent. And Ms. Garcia. Thank you. And we've got 4 board members present. Thank you. And let's go in between both. For everyone's safety, we respectfully ask that no one approach the dais during the meeting, during a recess, or after the meeting adjourns. This includes walking past the podium. Thank you. If you will join us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance, and I believe we've got Harris students and we've got a video.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that. And the Cartwright School District is located, before going on, because I tend to do this, I'd like to introduce uh, Ms. Lori Richards and Betsy that are here on behalf of CEA. Thank you for being here. Um, the Cartwright School District is located on the ancestral homelands of the Hohokam, Akimil, O'odham, and O'odham Jude people, ancestors of the Salt River, Pima, Maricopa Indian Community, otherwise known as SRP MIC. We acknowledge the rich oral history, culture of these communities, and their ancestral ties to the land. Going on to the adoption of the agenda, I move that we adopt the agenda as presented. Ms. Cantu, do I have a second?
I second, Madam President.
Thank you, Ms. Cantu. And how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Thank you. And Ms. Hernandez, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Thank you. And Ms. Garcia, how do you vote?
Before I cast my vote, there is something I'd like to say.
Would you like to explain your vote?
I would like to explain my vote. Thank
Okay.
you.
We are voting on the
Excuse me, I would
adoption
like to explain my
of the
vote.
agenda, though.
Yes, I understand
You will be
that.
okay?
Excuse me.
And I vote
I am
aye.
requesting. I
and
have
motion
Excuse
carries.
me. Are you
Just-
denying me a vote,
just-
Lydia? Please record
I
that
am-
she is denying my vote.
My job as the president
You are
is to
denying my
ensure
vote.
we're in the middle of a vote.
Yes, and I'd like to explain my vote.
You
just
said
as
you
have done
had some
multiple
things
times.
to say, Ms. Garcia.
Yes.
Now that we've taken a vote, and please have the floor.
Thank you. I would like to explain my vote before I do. Okay, so I just wanted on record that I have requested multiple times to review, have access for all of us to the budget, including documentation for the $160,000 paid last year to Mr. Chavez and Mr. OJ, previous or prior employees who are now consultants, and they continue to receive $10,000 each per month. I have requested the vouchers and supporting records and have received nothing. I am also asking why the board president and vice president were allowed to interview and select hearing officers without the full board's involvement. Board meeting minutes are legal documents, yet I was in fact reviewing them recently and for the last couple of weeks actually. And while the board president's actions refusing to allow me to speak or vote and repeatedly striking the gavel were not reflected in the minutes. However, it was reflected that I was disruptive. There's that. Additionally, non-renewal letters were sent to employees without the full board being informed beforehand. Parents have raised concerns about plans to open a charter school connected to Cartwright within Cartwright at Starlight Park. Employee morale is declining, staff are leaving, and our scholars are being impacted. We must do better. And with that, I abstain.
Please let the record reflect that there's one abstention. And Ms. Garcia, just for the record, aside from making some false allegations, because that's what they are, personal allegations, I'd like to clarify the process for Robert's our parliamentary procedures. When we're in the middle of a vote, you're allowed to explain your vote for the vote that's germane to the vote, not to speak on any other item on the agenda. That's just parliamentary
But
procedures.
Lydia, you have done that multiple
Uh,
times, and yet you don't follow Robert's Rules of Order.
Ms. Garcia,
Please continue.
if what you just did is not following those Robert's Rules of Order, but I do have the floor. We are moving forward. Thank you for your participation. And with that, we've got on the agenda the open meeting law and parliamentary. Is he not?
He is close by. He's
Okay.
in some traffic coming down Indian School. And so
We can go
however you
on
wanna
to
handle
the. Okay, thank you. So we've got Mr. Victor Rodriguez regarding the Cartwright School District Award of Excellence to Pedro Flores at Atkinson. So we're simply going to proceed until the attorney is in the room. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President, Lydia Hernandez, Mr. Steve Watson, esteemed governing board members, executive team, and everybody joining us both in person and via YouTube. This evening, we're excited to celebrate Pedro Flores Ruiz from Mark Atkinson Gifted Academy and his family. They're receiving the Cartwright School District Prestigious Award of Excellence. So I'm going to ask you to please direct your attention to the monitors to learn more about Pedro.
Pedro Flores Ruiz, a 12-year-old student from Atkinson Gifted Academy, and a true example of courage and determination. On February 6th, Pedro represented the Cartwright Elementary School District at the 2026 Maricopa County Regional Spelling Bee and won, earning his place at the Arizona State Spelling Bee. But this victory did not come easily. Last year, Pedro was eliminated in the second round. Instead of giving up, he promised himself he would come back stronger. With the support of his family and his own hard work, Pedro kept that promise. His journey shows the power of resilience. He turned a setback into a stepping stone, proving that with hard work and ganas, anything is possible. Congratulations, Pedro Flores Ruiz, recipient of the Cartwright Award of Excellence. You inspire us all.
So please join us congratulating Pedro Ruiz Flores on this honor. He's going to be representing the Cartwright School District at the state level for the spelling bee on March 21st. So please help me join Pedro is here with his parents. So we have Pedro Flores. Would you like to say something, Pedro?
First of all, just so you know, the AI voice did not pronounce my name correctly. My name is Pedro Flores Ruiz, not Pedro Flores Ruiz. Just wanted to make that clear. Anyways, thank you for this award. And I'm going to be a man of few words here, so I will leave the stage now.
Thank you for your hard work, Pedro. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Pedro.
Thank you, Pedro.
We're also recognizing his family, Evangelina Ruiz and Adan Flores, su padre. Thank you. So
Señores,
I'm going to
gracias.
ask the superintendent and governing board president and the board to join us here. We're gonna take a quick picture here.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Victor. Thank you for that. And we're moving on to item number 8, which is we've got a public video. We just did. Is that the one we included for the descriptor?
We're actually here just to make an announcement about a video that we're going to be playing for every meeting. This is just going to be a reminder of the public, call to the public protocols.
Yeah, Madam President, Governing Board, we have this video, and we do have maybe some community members who don't exactly know how call to the public works. They come to a board meeting, maybe this is their first board meeting, and they don't know the rules around filling out a request to speak or some other items like that. And so this is a video that we put together. Some other school districts have been doing this as well. And so this is just an opportunity for you to see this video that talks a little bit about the process of call to the public and just how governing boards work. And I think we have that queued up.
Welcome to the Cartwright Elementary School District Governing Board meeting. We appreciate your interest and participation in our district. The 5 elected governing board members serve without compensation and volunteer countless hours on behalf of our students and staff. The president and vice president of the board are elected in January. Under state law, the board may only discuss and vote on matters that are on tonight's agenda. Agendas are posted at least 24 hours in advance on the Cartwright Elementary School District website and at the district office. Copies of tonight's agenda are also available in the foyer. If you wish to make a public comment, please complete a request to address the board form and submit it to the board secretary before the meeting begins. These forms are located in the foyer when entering the boardroom. Members of the public will be given up to 3 minutes to speak, depending on the number of people that signed up to call to the public. Once recognized, please state your name. During the call to the public, you may speak on any item of business on the agenda that requires board action, or on other school district matters not on the agenda. State law prohibits board members from commenting on matters presented at the end of the call to the public. However, the board may ask the superintendent to review the issue or place it on a future agenda. A board member may also briefly respond to criticism directed at a board member or the board itself. We ask that all speakers show respect and courtesy to others. Comments must pertain to matters within the jurisdiction of the board. This is not the forum to complain about an employee, student, or other individuals. We also ask that the audience remain attentive and respectful. Avoid calling out or creating disruptions that may interfere with the meeting. Individuals who interrupt or interfere may be asked to leave by the board president. Inappropriate language and repetition will not be permitted. Thank you for helping us conduct this meeting in a peaceful and productive manner, and for your attendance and involvement in tonight's governing board meeting.
I have a question referring to that video.
Yes, Ms. Garcia.
After actually, let me back up. I had attended a cafecito, a specific one that I'm referring to, and there were 3 parents that were there. Specifically, one of them had come to the district office by herself. 3 times she came, and the last 2 times she came was with her baby. And all 3 times she requested to speak to Mr. Watson. She requested to speak to Lydia Hernandez, and she also requested an appointment. So no one was willing to meet with her. And so she waited out in the lobby for over an hour, waiting for someone to come and speak to her. So speaking to that video, if no one is willing to listen to our families and our employees, how is it that they are going to have a voice? Please explain.
Ms. Garcia, first of all, going back to the parliamentary procedures, I was not at any meeting. Nobody's told me about any meeting where somebody's requested to speak with me. But also we are out of order with the agenda. So
I am
you asked to
specifically
ask a
speaking to
question.
that video,
Oh.
so that I am
The video,
definitely
let me,
speaking to that item on
let's
the agenda.
allow, thank Ms. Garcia, please. I'm going to allow Mr. Watson. Let's talk about the video. It's a great video. I think it's informative. I think it's very much needed, at least from my perspective. I like that it does it in such a calming manner and introductory to the district, but it's informative more than anything. So if parents are not finding out that there is a board, a governing board that's elected by the constituency, and what our roles are, this certainly tells you how they can come and speak to us. Mr. Watson, you can tell us more about the video.
Yeah, no, Madam President, that's exactly why this video was created. Like I said, just so that people know how this policy and this procedure works. Some people, we've seen in some boards around the valley where certain maybe municipalities have gotten rid of certain components of call to the public, and we know how important that is for our community to come and have that voice. And so this was really designed to be an instructional video for people when they do come here. They know how the policy and the procedure works. They know where we keep the forms for requests to speak, and that they do understand. Sometimes we have people who come to call to the public who expect an answer right then and there on a specific item, and unless it's on the agenda, we can't speak to that. And so that is one of the also reasons why we put together this video. And regarding anybody coming and requesting to speak outside, I don't have that information, and I'm happy to look into that.
She has also stated that she made several attempts to reach you. She's called, telephonically. She has sent emails, and she has been here physically. So for those people who apparently do not have a voice, if we are not listening, then their only choice may be to come before the board, do a call to public. Otherwise, how else will they be or given an opportunity to speak or to be heard?
Thank you.
But I think that is, by ignoring them, that is a blatant disrespect to our families and to our employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. And I think this is a great segue into our parliamentary procedures. And I would remind everybody that we do have existing policy that after so many years of serving on the board, we know the proper process or protocol if anybody wants to reach us. My cell phone has been public. Now, if it is a parent and at one of the schools with a complaint about some situation, what is the protocol? What does the policy say? That you always go to you refer them to your teachers. When somebody comes to me to complain, I always refer them to the respective person that can help answer. It might be a technicality, something having to do, with our rules, or where do I complain? Take it to the teacher, take it to the principal, then you go up the chain of command. That is our policy. It's not changed since we began here. And referencing the video, I think it's very much called for because it provides that information for parents. So if somebody comes to me and says, I want to speak to one of the board members, or I want to speak to, the superintendent, then I'm going to refer them. They can call district office. They always speak to Christine or somebody, and they'll refer them. I don't know after that how that works. If you direct them directly to their not their cell phones. I'm sorry, the office phone, or transfer a call, or where they can leave a message. But that's the process that we follow. And I just wanted to mention the guiding board policies regarding public participation at board meetings. When sometimes or somebody interprets it for parents or somebody that's here to address the board for the first time, it should be stated as the following. That all regular and special board meetings and special meetings shall be open to the public, as they have been. The board invites the viewpoints of citizens throughout the district and considers a responsible presentation of these viewpoints vital to the efficient operation of the district. The board also recognizes its responsibility for the proper governance of the schools and therefore the need to conduct its business in an orderly and efficient manner. The board therefore establishes the following procedures to receive input from the citizens of the district. Any individual desiring to address the board shall complete a form, which is this form here that's located at the table upon walking in. It's you give this form to the superintendent prior to the start of the board meeting. The board president shall be responsible for recognizing speakers, maintaining proper order, and adhering to any time limit set. Questions requiring investigation shall be referred to the superintendent for later report to the board. Questions or comments on matters that are currently under legal review will not receive a response. If considered necessary, the president shall set a time limit on the length of the comment period in order to ensure that each individual has an opportunity to address the board. The president may also set a time limit for individual speakers. Personal attacks upon board members, staff, personnel, or other persons in attendance or absent by individuals who address the board are discouraged. Policies KE, KEB, KEC, and KED, 4 different sections, are provided by the board for disposition of legitimate complaints, including those involving individuals. Upon conclusion of the open call to the public, individual members of the board may respond to any criticism made by an individual who has addressed the board. Presentations for unsolicited services will not be permitted, and this policy has not changed. Companies or businesses offering services of possible interest to the district should send information to the district office for distribution to appropriate school district officials. The superintendent shall ensure that a copy of this policy is posted at the entrance to the board meeting room and that an adequate supply of forms are available. The rules of order, and I'm going to stop there and good segue into Attorney Calderon, who's here in the boardroom.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board.
Oh, your mic.
Testing 1 2. There. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Watson. Thank you for asking me to come by. I understand you just want a really abbreviated little refresher course on the open meeting law and on parliamentary procedure. And so what I've tried to do, I could spend a half day talking about either one of them. And if you go to the Arizona School Boards Association conferences, they do spend about a day. They're very different sessions. And I find I don't work for ASBA, but I'm going to give them a commercial. I find that their law conference in the fall has a lot of very, very good different courses and different things, particularly the open meeting law. And so if you don't attend, I recommend that you attend. If you have some policy that says only a couple of you can attend, you need to change that. Everybody needs to be able to go and pick the classes that they have because it's a wonderful situation. So what my job was that Mr. Watson charged me with is to distill down just about everything I could into something very simple. So with permission of the president, I'd like to approach the president and Mr. Watson with the handouts. You'll note that I gave all 5 copies for the board members to the president of the board. And I gave the copy for the superintendent and the record to the superintendent. That's instructional. I did that on purpose. Everything at a governing board meeting needs to be funneled through the president. It goes to the president. It's the president's job to keep order, to recognize people, and that sort of thing. The board does not manage the administration of this district. The board has one employee, the superintendent. And so I gave the 2 for the district administration to the head guy, the superintendent, one for his review and one for whoever takes care of the record. Purely intentional, purely intentional. So with that as the starting point, the open meeting law, as you know, is intended to ensure that all business, all school business occurs in the sunlight of the day. In other words, it occurs out here where the people behind me can watch and listen, etc. Now, because it's in open session does not mean that people in the gallery can, hey, I want to say something, or can throw something or anything of that sort. It doesn't mean that at all. What it does mean is they will see what is going on. There are mechanisms for them to speak, the call to the public. They can certainly make appointments with you individually, that sort of thing. But the open meeting law says you are to transact business in open. So, no secret voting. And let's talk about secret voting, because sometimes it takes a different complexion. Rarely does a governing board get together at the local coffee house, 5 of you together, and say, you know what we're going to do? We're going to do this. We're going to do X, Y, and Z. That doesn't happen. If it does happen, it's a pretty stupid governing board, because I've never seen it happen in 43 years. But what does happen inadvertently is somebody calls. I'm going to pick. I know you. I've dealt with you, and I have respect for all of you. Ms. Hernandez, I've not worked with you before, but I am familiar with you. So I'm just going to pick on people. Let's say everybody calls Rosa, Ms. Cantu. Individually, Cassandra calls Rosa. Hey, Rosa, I'm going to vote this way on that item. Rosa says, oh, that's interesting. She says, Rosa, how are you going to vote? Rosa says, I don't know. Denise then calls Rosa later. Hey, Rosa, I'm going to vote a certain way on this point. How are you going to vote, Rosa? Rosa says, I don't know. Jennifer then calls Rosa and says, I'm going to vote a certain way. How are you going to vote? Right there. The open meeting law has been violated. You're not allowed to count noses. You count noses in this meeting in front of all these people. You do not set up things ahead of time. And you can accidentally violate the open meeting law by doing that, we call it polling, by polling people. Now, let's go to the president. Let's say the president, she wants an orderly ship. She wants things to move pretty smoothly. She calls people and she says, okay, I want a peaceful meeting. How are you going to vote? She talks to 2 or 3 people. Bingo, violation of the open meeting law. The president doesn't get to count noses or anything of that sort. There is kind of an exception to the rule, and I want you to tread lightly on this exception because it can cause problems. The law says that for certain matters, work is done in executive session. Personnel matters, 1. Number 2, and there's particulars of that. If you have a personnel matter, sometimes that person you're talking about has the right to call for it to be an open session. Certain legal matters, you're getting sued, and you need to confide in your lawyer, and your lawyer provides you with objective advice, not for the whole world, but for you as the elected representatives. Some of that is done in executive session. Let's say you want to buy a piece of land for a school, or you want to sell a piece of land that you have. Well, if you talk about the value of it out here, somebody in the audience is going to figure that out. And they're going to get a hold of the rich uncle or some other company, and they're going to either outbid you on the property or low bid or whatever. You have the right to talk about these things in private. You do not vote in private. Well, what you do is you say, look, we want to have we need to have a certain dollar value for this. Superintendent, you know what your marching orders are. There you are. You don't count noses, something of this sort. If you don't agree with it, if one board member doesn't agree with it, they can say, okay, we need to schedule this. We need to schedule it on the agenda and talk about it in open session. That's the way you don't get railroaded. If you're a single person on there, that's the way you say, I disagree with this, but I think we really need to go to get this agenda in an open session. You just can't walk out into the room and do it in open. It has to be agendaed. And the reason for that is everybody in the district is not in this room. Some of them go online. Some of them, might drive by to pick up their kids or something of this sort, and they'll see it posted on a bulletin board. They won't know in those 5 minutes that it's going to be heard here, and they have the right to come down here or to tune in or whatever it is. So they only know what you post. But those are really the only times in executive session that you really have some freewheeling kind of ability to, I won't say count noses, but to get the general consensus. The president is never to say, okay, I see 2 people over here in favor of that and 2 people over. No. Once you start counting noses and bingo, let's make a mistake. The president should know just by feeling the room and hearing what's going on in the executive session, whether there's consensus. If there's not consensus, it's the president's job to say, we don't have a clear direction here. We need more information. And then you don't do anything that night. And that's why the president's job is very important. So that's a little bit about the open meeting law. I have given you a handout. And this is a very neutral handout. Nobody can argue that it's created by anybody or the other, but it's Open Meeting Law 101, it's called. And this was prepared by the state ombuds office, the ombudsman for the entire state government. And it says, why do we have an open meeting law? It's to protect officials, maintain integrity. What constitutes a meeting? A meeting is when 3 of you get together. Okay, back in the day, when everybody had money, they used to have these conferences around the country, National School Boards Association and that sort of thing. And the whole board would go, and sometimes the superintendent and you'd have like 8 people going to these things. And they were good meetings. They were nice places too. They were good meetings. You get together for lunch there, or you get together for dinner. What we had to do then, and you probably still have to do it, is post it as a meeting. You post. The following board members, Cassandra Hernandez, Lydia Hernandez, Rosa Cantu, Denise Garcia, will be attending the School Boards Association meeting in such and such a city during the following days. It is possible they will have dinner or other meals or social events together. They will not be discussing business. But you post it there so everybody knows what you're doing. Conceivably, if they wanted to fly out to wherever if somebody wanted to fly out and sit around with you, they could. But you're not going to be using that as a means to get around the open meeting law. When you get together, talk about your children. When you get together like 3 or more, talk about your children. Talk about like my friends and I talk about all our ailments. What our problems are now, our knees, our backs, or whatever it is. You don't talk about business. Now, you can generically talk about, I heard that such and such a district is closing some schools. Do you think we're going to get some of the students over here? But you don't make any decisions. You don't say anything of that. So you can generically talk about stuff. But if it's business that would come to this board, you can't do it. Even if it's noticed. Now, if you wanted to have a meeting at the Coco's down the street, you could do it. It would just be noticed and say, we're all going to go to Coco's and have a meeting. All 5 of us will be there. And the topic is going to be X, Y, and Z, and a vote might be taken. You can do that. I recommend against it, but it's possible. Why? Because you have given notice. And by the way, here's a kicker. You have to give notice at least 24 hours ahead of that quote unquote meeting. If something comes up, like we would say in my family, de repente, if something comes up out of nowhere, in a hurry, if you don't have 24 hours notice, you can't talk about it. And that's when you call your lawyer gets it, and you might have a governing board meeting at 6 o'clock in the morning the next day, or 10 o'clock, 24 hours and 5 minutes after you noticed it. Because sometimes there are emergencies. And sometimes you have to explain to the public, I'm sorry, we had to meet 24 hours the next morning at a certain date and time, because this was an emergency. But you'd still have an open meeting. You still have an open meeting. So everybody, just to summarize, they used to say the best disinfectant is sunshine. Can you remember when your mother would have something that was dirty and they want to wash it, and you know the dryer wasn't doing it real well? Well, my mom used to have La Línea. Used to have a clothesline, and you'd hang it up in the clothesline, and the heat of the sun would sort of bake it and get rid of the bugs. If there's something wrong in business, in your school business, let's call it an illness in the school district. If you put it out in the sunshine, the sun's rays will help disinfect it. So that's what we're doing. We're doing stuff out in the sunshine. That's the whole spirit behind the open meeting law. So you're not going to be polling, and you're not going to be counting noses. Now, this one kind of you lean on your superintendent for this. If you do not have enough time or enough information to take action on a matter where it be notified 24 hours in advance, and hopefully at least one meeting in advance, that is not the governing board's fault. Forgive me, my brother Steve, but that would be the superintendent's fault. Superintendent's job is to work with the governing board president and say, there are these things on the horizon. That does not stop Ms. Garcia from going to the superintendent and saying, I want this on the agenda down the road. Let me tell you, this is important. And then he discusses it with the president of the board, and you try to work it out whether it's necessary or not. Once again, when you get into the management of the school district, then you have a problem. You really can't be going to the superintendent saying, you know, I don't know why that teacher wasn't hired. I want this thing discussed in the session. You can talk generally about layoffs, this and that, but when it gets down to personnel decisions and that sort, that is a superintendent's job. The only personnel matter the board has in front of them is whether to hire or fire the superintendent. That's it. The rest is on the superintendent's slate. So I've been a governing board member. I was on the board of regents and other things, and people come to us. I used to have parents all the time coming saying, you know, my kid paid their tuition, but there wasn't a class they could take. Would come to me, you know, they know Calderon, they call me. Well, I could not put that in front of the whole board of regents governing board. All I could do is privately go to the university president who was in charge, because that university president was my only employee as a board. Each university president, we have 3 employees, each president of universities. Go to them and say, look, this has been reported to me. Can you figure out what's going on and then let the board know? And if you're going to send me an email or memo, copy everybody on it so we all know what's going on. You can do that privately with the superintendent. If the superintendent doesn't want to look at it or doesn't want to do anything about it or something, then you've got a personnel issue. And then you ask that in executive session you talk about why the superintendent's out playing golf with Ernie and not, you know, doing what he should be doing. But that's the way we deal with these things. And I understand we're all elected. You're all elected. And so you have a lot of pressures on you. And I've had a history with this board for, gosh, over 20 years. I will tell you, they can say anything they want to about this board and all the previous person there and people here, but I've never seen anybody here who didn't care about kids. Everybody's cared about kids. They just have a different way of looking at it. So you're entitled to go ahead and carry messages from the community, but you funnel it. You do it through you let the board president know about it, but you can go ahead and talk directly to the president. Why do you let the board president know about this? She's the traffic cop. If there's a complaint about something going on and you have a bona fide complaint that you need to bring it to the attention of the governing board and the superintendent, she might have heard the same complaint from another governing board member. Well, when she's got 2 complaints from 2 governing board members, then it becomes an issue. And then she will have thought about how to handle it. It's her job. And by the way, all of you have either been president or will be president. So, good luck to you. You don't get paid much money for it. There's not a good pension for that. But you'll earn your keep. The president of the governing board is the key to keeping things moving along. So we talk about the open meeting law as the backdrop. This is a wonderful sheet to give you some sort of direction. Let's talk about Robert's rules. And yes, ma'am.
Question, Attorney Calderon. Uh, just a while ago, I normally come in and just review the agenda. I've already reviewed it, but I'm making sure everything's on it, kind of for it to flow. I was in the boardroom. When I came in, Ms. Cantu was there because she got here earlier. Nobody else was there. So we're both in our own corner. We're reviewing, we're studying. But in comes a third board member. She knows the open meeting law, but didn't care. And I said, well, there's three. We were sitting down studying, but wouldn't leave. So we all proceeded to leave, but didn't care. We weren't discussing any business. We knew, and we said we are three board members, but didn't care.
Madam President, members of the board, there's nothing that prohibits three of you from being in the same room. It's when you start communicating. That's the problem. So in my opinion, there's nothing wrong with three of you being in the same room. You just can't communicate about any of the business. And candidly, I do like the idea of three of you avoiding being together because somebody can't accuse you then. Two people accuse one of doing this. Well, you don't have to worry about that if you weren't in the same room. Does that mean getting up and getting out of the room? If you think there could be some trouble stemming, and sometimes we get grumpy with each other. All families get grumpy with each other. Sometimes, I don't want to be with the grumps. Get up and leave. You can be together, but you can't talk about business, and you can't fudge. There's a law against gambling, or there used to be a law against gambling in this state. And I remember when I was a young lawyer, I went to this restaurant, and there were all these very prestigious people there. And they had a deck of cards. And they were playing cards. And they were handing little pieces of paper to each other. If somebody won, they got more pieces of paper. If somebody lost, they had to give up pieces of paper. I thought, well, that's interesting. Well, they were cashing in those little pieces of paper at the end of the day. What were they doing? They were gambling. There was a law against it. They say, well, we didn't use money. We didn't hand it. There was no money here. The little pieces of paper were, it's a little game. You can't get involved with going in a room, not talking to each other, but handing somebody, or going to somebody and say, doing that. You can't get around that sort of thing. Best not to be all in the same room. If you are in the same room, talk about the weather. Talk about the Cardinals, talk about something else.
I think if it's been one of us that's already submitted a complaint for the same reason, but you're forcing somebody else into that situation. It's just
it's best to be careful. It really is. We all work long hours and we get tired, we get grumpy, and sometimes we say things that we don't want to say or regret saying. And so if you can avoid those circumstances, then that makes it better for you. Sometimes we get involved in little arguments. In my neighborhood, we call them pendejadas, something stupid that has nothing to do with what the real job is. It's not what the real job is. But you get in this little argument over something over here, and then it takes energy away from everything. So it's best to avoid that. Now, Robert's Rules of Order.
Excuse me, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, everything goes to the chair. You recognize her, and then she.
Ms. Garcia.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Speaking to the items you were discussing a little earlier, you did discuss briefly about the questions we may have for future agenda items. And you also, so speaking to that specifically, So there have been times as a board member when I have requested specific agenda items that speak directly to the budget, to policy, to what we do. And all of it has been ignored. I've sent it via email to both the president and Mr. Watson. So with that, that's concerning. And to this day, after months and months since last year, I've been asking for information and I still haven't received it. And I believe that as a board, we should all hear the same thing. Stakeholders should have access to this information. In addition to that, we as a board receive the agenda, access to the agenda 24 hours before. Now, speaking to long days, I work too. So by the time I get home and I'm looking at the agenda, probably about 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night, and I'm trying to zero in on what's happening, but there's no one I can call because my calls are, it's late. Who would I take questions or concerns to? No one. I have conveyed the concern over and over again, but to no avail. So, speaking to that, there was also professional development. A facilitator was here to discuss professional courtesy, and I had mentioned that as well. And I was informed, redirected to the 24-hour policy that this district has. I would love to be able to revisit that policy and ask for more days time to review an agenda so that if we have questions, we can definitely have the time to ask. That would be my concern, speaking to what you were sharing. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, Ms. Garcia. I feel your pain. I've been there before. When you're the outlier, being an outlier doesn't mean you're wrong. It might mean you're the only one that's right. What I would recommend the board do is to address this kind of problem. We know we have one board member that has a concern. We just heard it. Is try to put together a work session. You properly notice it, a work session. Maybe you do it on a Saturday morning for 2 hours or something of this sort. You bring food because everybody works better when there's food. You bring food, you bring non-alcoholic beverages, and you talk about things. Maybe there should be a policy that the agenda only gets changed if one board member and a second board member want to get something done. Or maybe it needs to be, if they don't want to change the policy, something goes in the minutes that says, Ms. Cassandra Hernandez asked that this be on the agenda, but the rest of the board had no interest. But let the record reflect that Ms. Cassandra Hernandez wanted this to be done. That way there's a record that you tried to bring it up. And when you're right, 10 years down the road and the building is burned down, you say, I raised that way back in 2026. And if you look in the board record, there's a record there that I tried to do it. That way, in one instance, you will go ahead and get to say something that gets put in writing in the record. Now, let's be courteous. I'll give you an example. Years ago, there was a guy in the legislature named Burton Barr. He was a big, powerful Republican, and he controlled it. He controlled it. Well, I remember there was an item on the agenda, and it was being pushed by a member of the minority party, a Democrat. He was from Casa Grande, and it was going to be heard in a matter. Well, he got hurt, and he was in the hospital, so he couldn't go to the meeting to advocate his point. Even though he was going to lose, he couldn't go to advocate it. Burton Barr, his opponent, showed up at that meeting and voted for him the way he was going to vote. You get the message here? He said, he can't be here because he's in the hospital. I think he's wrong, but I'm going to go and vote the way he wanted to vote. Barr still won, but the poor guy that was in the hospital didn't lose his vote. It got cast that way. That was courtesy, professional courtesy. And so if one of your board members is raising an issue that's very, very important to them, you might just consider talking to them and saying, look, I think you're an idiot. I don't think this is a good idea. But if you want me to back you up so that you can get it heard, I'll do that. I'm going to vote no against you because this is a waste of time, but I'll help you get this thing. If it'll help move things along, I'll go with you to the board president or the superintendent to get this on there. But we're not going to talk about a half day on it. We're going to limit it. If you do that a little bit more, I think everybody will realize, okay, okay. And then the person that comes up with the crazy ideas, I'll talk about Mr. Medrano, board member Medrano. If he comes up with a crazy idea, but he cannot get anybody to say, okay, I'll help you. Well, he's got to rethink what he's doing. He's thinking, if this is so kooky that nobody else will help me out, maybe I need to revisit this. But a little bit of professional courtesy, and that helps you. You will remember when somebody on the other side helped you get something on, you will remember that they're not all bad. They helped me with that. And there might come a time that they're going to come to you and say, I need your help in getting this on the agenda. And you know what you're going to say? Absolutely, I'll help you, but you're an idiot. I'm going to vote against you. You see what I'm saying? You just courtesies. Robert's rules.
Excuse me, one last thing.
Yes, ma'am.
You also made.
You go to the president, please.
Yes, I have another question.
Yes, you recognize her.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia.
Make it in reference to the minutes. Now, those are legal documents.
Correct.
And I have reviewed many. And so what I've noticed is that everything that has occurred, for example, in one meeting has not all been put in the minutes accurately. So in that case, I mean, there is no way to, we can't go back and change it. I can't say, hey, you know what? In fact, this evening I made reference to it. So with that being said, and the fact that these are legal documents and that they are not accurate, is there any remedy for that?
Madam President, Ms. Garcia, there's an imperfect remedy. When you see minutes, you vote on the minutes from the last meeting. When you see minutes and you see something that you don't agree with in the minutes, or it's missing something, you vote no. You vote no. And you say, Madam President, I'd like to tell you why I'm voting no. And you limit it to, 2 or 3 sentences. You say, Madam President, I'm voting no because when we're talking about buying these school buses, the minutes in here don't say that they have to be yellow school buses, and I want yellow. It's there and it's in the record. It's good. The minutes will still be passed, et cetera, but you've got that there. If it happens a lot on the same issue, you can always put something in writing, give it to the superintendent, give it to the board president, and ask them to put it in the record. And you can say, here's the minutes, and we also have this dissent from Mrs. Cantu. And it's there, and it's there. Can you change the nature of the beast? You might not be able to, but at least you're able to go ahead and make that record that not everything's here.
Thank you. And for the last 6 years, Attorney Calderon, I went through the exact same thing, but I followed that process. I would raise the concern or the question whether I had the vote or not, but there is, when we go to the consent agenda, that you make a motion or if the motion's been made, you can say, you know what, I disagree with item. You can pull out the certain item and we'll go through the vote. But you're going through that process. You exercise that. I did it all the time because I did not have that vote. I was in the minority. But I also want to point out that for the last 6 years, the minutes were very vague. So they weren't as thorough as they are now because I've requested it to be done that way. So somebody sneezes, everything goes on there, and they weren't happy with it, but it's changed. So to address that, now there's it's a point of frustration, but when we're voting to adopt the agenda, as just happened, so we're going to vote on the adoption of the agenda. The board member just raises, starts yelling accusations, allegations. I have a lot to say, but we are voting on the adoption of the agenda. Um, it's not germane to the vote. I mean, all the allegations aside from being baseless, but we record our meetings. This is like a tendency for sound bites,
Okay.
and for so that's also just
This
the out of
is,
order. I call point of order. Doesn't mean anything.
well, first of all, Madam President, um, the way I would approach it is everybody has a right to vote no on the adoption of the agenda. You want to vote no? You could be one tiny little thing that you don't agree with in the agenda, but you can vote no on the whole thing. When that's done, what I'd like my boards to do is the president will say, okay, we have 4 in favor of the adopting agenda, one against. Mrs. Cassandra Hernandez, would you like 2 minutes to explain why you voted no? You don't have to say why, but would you like to say that for 2 minutes? And you put a time limit. You're the board members, the board president's the traffic cop, and you let Ms. Cassandra Hernandez say, you know, whatever she's going to say, why she's against it. Hopefully, it is germane. It deals with the agenda, but we'll get to that in a second. But you give the person the chance to say why they vote no. If you're not comfortable with the agenda, vote no on adopting it. It'll still probably go forward, but you're there. When we come to Robert's rules, the chair, the president controls all the discussion, etc. When a person comes to speak to the board, they say, Madam President and members of the board. And then Ms. Cassandra Hernandez says, I have a question. She asks the question. I have the answer. I say, Madam President, Ms. Hernandez, and members of the board. I don't directly talk to Ms. Hernandez. I talk everything through the chair. The chair has to be a very fair and even-handed traffic cop. By going through the chair and not directly talking to Ms. Cassandra Hernandez, I have to say the first name now because there's a good Hernandez and the bad Hernandez. I'll let you guys figure out which one it is. That's a joke for whoever's watching this. That by going through the chair, that keeps the give and take, because Ms. Cassandra Hernandez says something, I'm going to answer, and then Ms. Cantu says, you're wrong, Cassandra Hernandez. Let me tell you why you're wrong, et cetera, et cetera. Well, there starts a little brawl here, and that's not the way it is. What should happen is Ms. Cantu raises her hand to ask the president for permission to speak, and Ms. Cantu says, Cassandra Hernandez is wrong. Let me tell you why. And she gets to speak, but there isn't any going. You don't directly go at each other. You go through the chair. Everything goes through the chair. Now, the chair, it's a bad job because you cannot share a lot of your personal opinion. And unfortunately, we're all archaeologists. An archaeologist goes and digs things out of the past, and they throw it, they look at it, dust things. Oh, look at this. This happened, 200 years ago. The president has to say, I don't care if it happened 5 minutes ago. The president has to deal with the problem right there in front of them and do it the right way. Sooner or later, people will get the message that the president's going to be doing it the right way. So they better start doing it the right way. But everything goes through the chair. That's one thing about Robert's rules. Madam President, you have somebody? Yeah.
There's a tendency to just say, "Oh, Lydia," and not address the president. But Ms. Garcia.
Sorry. So speaking to that, I have asked multiple times, for example, the budget and rationale for where money is being spent. And I would say I don't know, 50 times. I'm just throwing that number out because it's been countless. And I have been, as a board member, ignored by the board president who has refused,
Okay.
hold on, has refused to speak with me outside of a board meeting and has redirected me several times to speak with the acting superintendent. And the acting superintendent doesn't, I mean, being an employee of the board, does not adhere to, well, he doesn't answer my questions. And I don't want to waste my time. None of us do. And you're right. There's a reason why we're here. And I will stand by what I believe in. But when these crucial questions are not being answered or addressed, or there's no transparency, and, what do we do with that?
Madam President, Ms. Garcia, there is a mechanism. If any one of you feel that the chair has ignored you, or the chief administrator, the superintendent, has failed to do something, you can do a couple of things. One is you can put together a written statement that says, I've said this, and they won't listen to me. And then you can offer it to the president, and ask the president to attach it to the minutes or put it in the record. The president has an obligation to do that. Put it there. That way, everyone knows how a particular board member feels. They feel they haven't been listened to. If the board member has a complaint that the superintendent's not listening to the board member, superintendent really doesn't have the duty to do what an individual board member wants. Superintendent has a duty to do what the board wants. If the board says, we want you to hop on one leg and put bunny ears on, he's got to decide whether he's going to do that or not. But that could, it's the whole board telling him to do that. That's his boss. If one board member, I'm going to pick on Ms. Romero because she's not here, okay? If Ms. Romero comes to him and says, I want you to hop on one foot and put bunny ears on, he does not have to do that at all. It has to come from the board. Now, it's his obligation to tell the president of the board, Ms. Romero came to me and asked me to hop on one leg and put bunny ears on. You need to know that. I just ignored it. That way, as the head of the group, when his personnel review comes around and it's time to do that, that's noted, and you guys can discuss in that executive session whether that's a bona fide gripe against him or it's not a bona fide gripe against him, as far as that goes. But everybody has that. So when you're the outlier, I would call the outlier a positive disruptor. When you're the positive disruptor, you're trying to disrupt this thing, but you have a good idea, and they're just not getting it. What you do is you try to write down what the problem is, what you tried to say, who you took it to, the dates and times. If you don't have dates and times, it means nothing. Dates and times you tried to do this, and nothing was said. Put it in writing. It's a public document. You give it to the board president, and you try to get that someplace in the record, and it's there. And then you politic like crazy so you can become board president down the road. And then when you're board president, you know what you're going to do, Madam President? You know what you're going to do, Ms. Garcia? You're going to do the opposite of what the president did to you. You're saying the president didn't listen to you. Well, you're going to listen to the president. You're going to show the president that you're better than them. And you're going to show them because you're going to play it by the book and do that. And the power you're going to feel from that, the power of taking the high road is tremendous. It's a high. Because then nobody can say, well, it's just trading one problem for another. No. I'm trying to do something better. Now, I say, President, I'm not picking on you. I'm just speaking hypothetically. But everything goes back to Robert's rules. Everything goes to the chair. Things are not discussed in Robert's rules unless it's on the agenda. So there could be a fire breaking out in the room next door. It doesn't become a matter for the board to deliberate unless it's been posted 24 hours, etc. So it has to go through the agenda. Once the agenda item comes up, changing Cartwright School to, instead of starting with a C, we're going to start with a K. That's what's on the agenda. You don't discuss it unless somebody says, I move, we keep it the same way. Or I move, we get rid of the C and put a K. One person says, I want that. Is that enough to discuss it? No. You need a second. I move, and then somebody else seconds it. That way, one person can't derail the whole meeting unless there's somebody else who agrees with them. And the president then recognizes there's a motion and a second to replace the C with the K. And then when the president says that, it's open for discussion. But once again, everything's funneled through the president. And what I like to do, and I have a little bit of fun with it when I used to chair, is I make a running list. When I see hands go up, I make a running list of, I saw that hand, I make a running list, keep it in front of me. And then what I say, when it's one person speaking, I say, okay, Ms. Garcia is up. Like, I do it like baseball. Ms. Garcia is up. Cassandra Hernandez is on deck, and Rosa Cantu is in the hole. Just like they say in baseball, somebody's batting, somebody's on deck, and somebody's in the dugout. I do that. And I do that continually through the meeting. That way, everybody knows that we're keeping track of it. And sometimes it gets repetitive. You know, you just said something and you made your point. Oh, I forgot that. But the next person speaking, you raise your hand again and you get put at the end of the thing there. Eventually, the chairman or the president determines that enough is enough. You know, it's exhaustively discussed. And you might be tired of it. Then the president says, I call for the question. You know, or one of you can say, I call for the question. When you use the phrase, and there's a wonderful cheat sheet I'm giving you right here. I mean, this is all you need. Don't buy the book, Robert's Rules. Just look at this cheat sheet. And it's really, really good. I didn't write it. It's really, really good. If any one of you believes that you're tired of it, you say, you know, I call for the question. When the question's been called for, everything stops. And the president looks at the board and says, President's been called for. Does anybody have an objection for calling for the question? Calling for the question means let's decide. We've heard everything. Let's decide. So president says, and I don't care who calls for the question, the president, as soon as the president hears I called for the question, then looks at the board. Is there any objection to calling for the question? If the majority have no objection, then you say, okay, are we going to change Cartwright from C to K? We need a show of hands. And maybe you read their names. I don't know how you want to do it, but you then vote on it. If somebody calls for the question and everybody else says, no, wait, we haven't talked about this sort of stuff. Then the president's job is to say, okay, we'll talk about it a little bit longer, but say something that you haven't said before. If we're going to talk about this some more, let's not cover the same ground again. Tell me something new. See, once again, the president's job is a lousy job because the president's job has to sort of keep things going. Now, pet peeve, grammar. Please never say, I motion that we do this. I hate that. You move, I move. A motion is a noun. I move is the verb. I move, we do this. And sometimes what I like to do, particularly as I write down on a piece of paper what my motion is going to be. And I write down, I move, we keep the C. And I write it down on a piece of paper. Nobody has to see it. And then they say, Ms. Cantu, did you have anything? Yes, Ms. Cantu says, I move, the C remains. She wrote it on a piece of paper. It's real clear. It's real short. You don't say, I move, the C remains, because C is my favorite letter. See, Cantu starts with C, and Cartwright starts with C. And I just love C, the way it's just a beautifully shaped letter. And my favorite lawyer's last name is Calderon, and his name starts with C. You see how I went far afield. No. You keep the motion. I move, the C remains. You don't throw any other stuff in. You don't throw any of the other facts or any. You don't say I move, the C remains, because Steve Watson's a pretty good guy, and he told me he thought it would better stay a C. What he says doesn't really matter in the motion. What you're saying is what matters. I move X. Now, chair then says, is there a second? If there's no second, there's no motion. It dies. We say it dies on the floor. And sometimes that's the loneliest thing is when you make a motion and it's quiet like that. It's the sound of death. That's the sound of death sometimes. But that's how you you keep order on that sort of thing. And you keep the chairman will keep track of these things. You know what might be interesting, and not immediately, but down the road, what we might consider doing is letting me or having another lawyer or somebody, whoever you'd like, put together a script where we have a hypothetical situation, and each one of you will be assigned a script. And somebody will make a motion, there'll be a second, you go back and forth. We'll throw in things that will make things go awry, and you practice it out. And then, okay, when I get in the situation, we can do this. There's people make a lot of money doing this Robert's Rule stuff. And when I was younger, I was good at it. But it's basically just to keep order. And the chairperson, the president, under Robert's Rules, has a tremendous responsibility. The chairperson cannot be an archaeologist. The chairperson has to rise above it all. By the way, there is never any name calling or unfairness allowed by Robert's Rules. The chair gets to, you're out of order. And when you hear that you're out of order, I don't care how much Mr. Ruiz thinks he's really smart and right. When he hears he's out of order, you know what he does? He shuts up, makes a note, etc. at the proper time, brings it and say, you ruled me out of order, but you just ruled me out of order because you didn't agree with my position. No, that's not right. Out of order is when they're talking about something that's not germane to the subject, or they're acting in some sort of impertinent way or something of that sort. But when the chair says you're out of order, everybody stands down. Madam Chair, if people are not standing down, the president calls a recess. And everybody goes and walks around the building by themselves and cools down. And then you get back and you start the meeting again. And the chair can decide, well, I ruled her out of order. You only have women, so I'll say her. I ruled her out of order, so Ms. Romero, I ruled you out of order. You want to explain why you feel what you were going to say is in order. Don't make your point, but tell me why it was in order. And you do that in front of the whole board. And then she's walked around the building, so she's thought about it, hopefully, and things are de-escalated. But once again, it goes to the chair. The chair has to be the traffic cop and let everything go. Now, if you're looking at the clock, Mr. Watson, Madam Chair, Mr. Watson, you tell me you pull me the hook off of that. But those are some, oh no.
Looking at your name on the agenda.
Okay. Is it with a K or C?
It's with a K because I love
okay,
the letter K.
That's all right.
And this is important. So if we take the meeting, this is not how we operate. And I do need. There's always a need for the refresher because we're only human, and sometimes trying to stick to the order of the agenda and keep everything germane to what we're discussing. Unfortunately, we've modeled that behavior. And so we invite parents to come and just throw. And parents believe that, oh my God, who does she think she is? Why are you trying to maintain an order? You think you're a king or the queen. And it just tears away, takes time away from being able to conduct business and getting through agenda. Why is that important? Because we're making decisions of the resources that we need to move forward on. Without the ability to do that, we break that down. Regarding the the baseless repetitive um, question for the budget. We spent discussing the budget through presentations. It's been open. But this is an opportunity for for the soundbite. It's not conducive to moving us forward as a community.
Oh,
It's
Madam President, what I would recommend, if you believe something's repetitive, I think what you can do is say, Ms. Romero, you've made your point that, you want to discuss this. The rest of the board thinks we've discussed it ad nauseum. If you'd like to put something together in writing, we'll make sure it gets into the record. Now let's move on to something else. You give that person the chance, the final word, to express what they want to say. Now, I want to talk about point of order. Point of order is used when something has gone terribly wrong. They're not following the procedure, whatever. Let me give an example. Discussion's going on. Ms. Cassandra Hernandez raises her hand. Point of order, point of order. Chair says, yes, Ms. Hernandez. She says, I resent the fact that you keep saying Ms. Hernandez. I'm not the only Hernandez here. Don't put words in my mouth. The crazy Hernandez is the one that said that. I'm Cassandra Hernandez. Point of order. If you're going to be talking about Hernandez, put the names before each one. That's appropriate way, point of order, as far as that goes. You raise those sorts of things, that sort of way, to sort of make sure that point of order means let's get things straight before we go forward. It's not used to argue a point. It's not used to say, well, let's go back to the budget now. Point of order. We got to go back to the budget. No, that ship has left already, and you've been given a chance to write that.
point of order. Here means it goes louder.
No, well, once again, we're not going to look backward. I think what we're saying is, you look at my letterhead or my letters, I say at the end, adelante. You go forward. You can't do much. I can't do anything about what I said yesterday or what I said a month ago. Did I say something stupid? I know I said something stupid a lot, and I think about it, but I can't do anything to change what happened in the past. But I can going forward. And so when you hear point of order, we all stop talking. And the chair says, okay, point of order, what's your point? And Cassandra Hernandez says, I want the minutes to reflect that Cassandra Hernandez didn't make the motion. Or better yet, I want the minutes, I'm going to save Cartwright School. I want the minutes to reflect that it was Cassandra Hernandez that did this, not the other Hernandez. She can say that. And that's a point of order. But when somebody gives a point of order, we need to just sort of just stop, listen, and let the chair deal with that. Silence is it's a powerful tool. Ms. Garcia, Madam President, Ms. Garcia, I consider you a friend because I've seen you back and forth. One thing that you can do that a lot of people don't, and I've seen you do it, is you get called on and you wait before you talk. You pause. Everybody's waiting to hear what you're going to say, but you don't automatically say it right away. I've seen you do that before, and you do it well. They say, okay, Ms. Garcia, go ahead. Well, I've been thinking, you see how I get the pause? I get everybody's attention, and it gives you a chance to think a little bit what you're going to say or how you're going to say it, and it calms things down. If everybody just paused a little bit before they made their statement, that might help. The chair doesn't automatically have to rule right away on things. The chair can stop. And if the chair doesn't understand what's going on, which happens in every meeting to everybody in the world, you can say, wait a minute. Excuse me, Ms. Cassandra Hernandez, what is your point? And that gives Cassandra Hernandez the chance to restate it again. But the chair has to be clear on what is going on. And of course, nothing's discussed. Nothing's discussed unless there's a motion and a second. I move I move. Look in the mirror and say, I move, I move, I move, for that. Now, I move to table the topic. Have you heard that before, Madam Chairman? I move to table. That means stop. We should not go forward on this topic anymore. We're not going to have a yes vote or a no vote. We're not going to have a vote. I move to table. As soon as the president hears, I move to table this item, the president stops everything. I don't care where she's going. And the president then says, we have a motion to table. Is there a second? And you find out if there's no second, the president says the motion fails. And then you continue talking about the thing. But every point of business stops when somebody says, I move to table. I move to table is that big red button that you hit that and the world stops. I move to table. That can be used when there clearly isn't a consensus. Clearly, when everybody's talking about the same thing over again, it can be used strategically. I move to table, and if I know there's a second and we vote on it, maybe I'll just get this thing tabled, and I'll get another week to line up my ducks. But when you hear move to table, that's the way to stop things. Freeze it. You freeze it right there. It's a very powerful thing. You shouldn't use it too often, but it's a very powerful thing. And that's a very common thing that we have it. Now, let's say move to table, and there's a second, and the group votes on it, and it passes. It's now tabled. You don't talk about it anymore. This meeting, you don't talk about it. You get to the end, you get toward the end of the meeting, and people still want to have you address that. You know these people; they're your neighbors and stuff. They want. If you voted in favor of tabling it, you can raise a motion and say, Madam Chair, I move to remove the item from the table. She then says, talking with table, they're talking about tabling, so we stop everything frozen right there. I don't care what they're talking about, you stop, it's frozen. She then says, is there a second to the motion to remove it from the table? If there's a second, then you have a vote. You can have a discussion afterward, but mostly by that point you're tired. You have a vote. And if they remove it from the table, then it comes back to where you were an hour ago, and you can work it all out there. But there's no discussion unless there's a motion and a second. And you got to keep it within the topic area. If you're talking about, beef, you don't talk about fish and the same thing. You just keep it to beef. Now, fish might be important. It might be more important than the beef, but it doesn't matter. You limit it to what the topic is there. I can go on for 2 days. I don't know how much time you want me to spend.
Question.
Yes, ma'am, Madam President.
Handling personal attacks on personal, not to the agenda item, but personal attacks on staff, accusations, allegations, you're stealing money. Guide me on that. Need help.
Madam Chairman, members of the board, personal attacks are they're inappropriate, and they're just flat out wrong in this kind of thing. If you make a personal attack at somebody in this public meeting, you should be embarrassed, because I think your parents would be embarrassed, and your grandparents would be embarrassed. What you do with personal attacks, you do them privately, away from all of this here. You don't have to like each other. You don't have to love each other. And if you want to privately attack each other, you do it outside the meeting, off the record, and you talk about it. Now, if you think the person...
Mr. Attorney Calderon, just careful with that. Physical attacks.
No, well...
Intimidation.
We have a policeman I saw at the back, God bless him. And if there's a physical attack here, any of you can say, hey, we need help, and have them come up. Hopefully that makes the papers. That's going to be in the newspapers, and there's going to be. You don't want that. You want to be in the news because some kid did really, really well, and you want to praise them, or you want to be on there because these teachers have achieved something that no teachers before them. You want to be there for positive stuff. You don't want to be there because you guys got into a pleito, we call it a fight. You don't want that. If you feel you have to personally attack somebody because maybe you're going to say they're doing something illegal, you can report that to your board lawyer. You can report it to the superintendent. You can report it to the county attorney. You can report it to the county school superintendent. All you do is write a letter to them and say, this is what's going on. That's a lot more powerful than personally attacking somebody in here. In here, it's just a level playing field, strictly business. If the chair sees two board members personally attacking each other, it's the chair's duty to say, stop. You're both out of order. No personal attacks. Why don't you talk about that in a respectful way outside this meeting? Now, you were making a point about something or other. Go ahead, Ms. Cassandra Hernandez, but no more personal attacking Ms. Cantu. And then she makes her point. And she might be angry at the chair and say, you shut me up. You shouldn't have shut me up. I was going to call Rosa for what she is. Like, no, you're not. That's not school business. If it's illegal, if it's something that rises to a level that's bad, you report it to the superintendent. You can report it to the board president. You can report it to the county attorney, the county school superintendent. You can report it to a lot of people, but we don't get in it. And if somebody personally attacks you, and this is my weakness, I grew up where if some
Madam President,
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Calderon, I just one quick question. Thank you for your presentation. I think it's great. But my question is, just before we start the meeting, we're being accused of stealing or trying to do things aside from the district and this and that. And you say people can approach the records and give him whatever information. We are live. We are streaming. And everything is on record. With the many situations that we have been here, insulted, accused, and harassed, with those recordings, we can take it to the Attorney General or to the county attorney, because that is not part of this business meeting. And to me, it's very frustrating that we cannot conduct business for our community that we're committed to, because there is constant harassment, lies, and accusations. And I want that to stop, and I want that to direct it, or I should be directed, because I'm not going to put up with that anymore.
Madam President, Ms. Cantu,
Thank you,
you have every right to perform your duties here with dignity and without anybody accusing you of whatever. You're right, it's taped, and you can just get that tape to whomever, and they'll take a look at it. But let me suggest something, and this is one of my weaknesses. Where I grew up, if somebody threw a punch at you, you better throw a punch back. But throwing a punch back is not usually the right thing to do. Don't swing at that pitch. If somebody attacks you and says something bad, don't respond back in kind. I call that a pitch in the dirt. In baseball, you want somebody to swing at the air, you throw a pitch, it looks like it's going to go, and it goes in the dirt, and you're swinging the bat, and the ball is down in the dirt. Don't swing at a pitch in the dirt. You're not going to get anywhere. You're not going to win. If somebody tells you, Ms. Hernandez, you're ugly. Ms. Cassandra Hernandez, you're ugly. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm beautiful. You're not going to win the argument. So if somebody says, Ms. Cassandra Hernandez, you're ugly, you ignore it and you say, I'm focusing on the second graders at such and such school who need school supplies. I'm not going to talk about that personal stuff. You see what you just did? You took the high road and you didn't swing at the pitch in the dirt. Personal attacks are pitches in the dirt. You're wasting your time. Then tell me this. Of the 4 board members and the superintendent, how many of you know you're going to be alive next week? No, for certain. Nobody does, right? So why waste 5 minutes of your time getting in an argument with somebody who insulted you? It's your time. You know, your time here is a sacrifice that you're giving for the kids and the people of this district. People don't realize that. They think, oh, it's a big deal. It's a big sacrifice. Don't sacrifice any more of your time on personal attacks or pitches in the dirt. Look at all the millionaires who die every day. They die with billions of dollars, millions of, they die. And what good does all that money get them? It doesn't get them anywhere because they're dead. What they didn't have was time. Time is the most precious thing you own. Precious next to your family, but time. So don't waste your time on personal attacks. Write it down. If you really have to say something about the other person, write it down. Think about it. Then if you really have to tell the person, Ms. Cassandra Cantu, that you really think she's ugly, some appropriate time, you say, I really think you're ugly. She'll probably laugh at you, but, usually what you would probably say, well, you are too, so we're probably twins. And then everybody laughs and you move on. But personal attacks, you rule them, the president rules them out of order, and we stop. No personal attacks. And if you feel that the personal attack is necessary, put it in writing, get it to the board president, get it to the superintendent, and have them incorporate in the record. You're going to look pretty stupid when it goes in the record and it says, I believe Cassandra Hernandez is ugly. And history is going to look at that and say, what were you doing on this board? You weren't looking after the kids. You were looking at insulting. No personal attacks. I understand, Ms. Cantu, Madam President, Ms. Cantu. No personal attacks. Don't switch a pitch in the dirt. Don't strike back with the same velocity. It took me over 60 years to figure that one out.
Madam President, one more question. So you suggest that we do a legal process when it comes to, because at the end of the day, what we say here goes out to the ears of the community, and people tend to listen to the pitch on the dirt. And if we don't do or we don't act on those allegations or lies, it's like we admit it. And I'm not going to admit something that I've been accused of wrong. So the process is the attorney of the district, the Madam President, the superintendent, and the school district attorney.
Madam President, Ms. Cantu, if somebody wrongly accuses you, you do have the right to respond to it and say it's not true. I just would recommend you don't do it immediately on the spot. Give it some time to make sure that when you respond, you're very dispassionate about it. You can say, somebody accused me of stealing money. That's not true. They have no proof. I want this in the record that I said it's not true. I want it put it in writing. And you do that after the thing, but you don't swing at the pitch that immediately in the dirt. Some people will walk away thinking it's true just because they accused you of something. But people are smarter than that. Most people are smart. They're going to say, well, I don't think Ms. Cantu's that way. Let's see what she says about this down the road. And if you feel the way you did, there'll be something you said in writing down the road. When you put something in writing that says this accusation was made and it's not true, that's a big deal. You've responded responsibly and you've responded unequivocally, very direct.
Madam President, Mr. Calderon, it is repeatedly, constantly. And that's what gets me to this frustration, because name calling, I was raised by my grandparents. I was a very spoiled kid, but they taught me manners. And I always think about my behavior because they raised me well. So, and I don't expect everybody to be raised that way, but I do respect and expect them to respect me in return. And unfortunately, it has not been happening, and I'm ready to do something about it
Well,
alone.
Madam President, Ms. Cantu, um, I understand what you're saying. And personally, I sometimes don't understand because all of you are good people. And you're all good people. I mean, individually, I've talked to all, you're all good people. You just sometimes don't play well with each other. And one thing we can do, you can do, is starting right now, this minute, it stopped. No attacks. If you're going to make an attack, you're going to do it outside the meeting. You're going to put it in writing or whatever you're going to do, but nothing here. You're not going to do that. And if one of your constituents says, I saw, I'm going to pretend Mr. Ruiz is a board member. I saw Board Member Ruiz. He got accused of, stealing paper. He didn't respond. Some person might say he didn't immediately respond. He doesn't have to respond. He responds in writing, and then later on, if somebody says something, there it is. But you don't want to escalate things. And nothing that's gone on in the past has to happen again. Each one of you individually needs to just say, I'm not going to do that again. I'm going to write it down on a piece of paper, and I'm going to wait and do it. It might be good to put together a little sort of hour board meeting that's scripted where people accuse each other of things. And you know what I'm saying? Just put it in there. And then we would talk about how you handle it as far as that goes. Ball players just don't go out and play ball. They practice. And so maybe if you hear somebody calling you La Diabla, you're the devil or something or other, you've heard it and you know how to respond or not respond. You've practiced it. You've thought about it. It doesn't catch you off guard. But you're all good people. You guys could be out there working another job, making money tonight. You could be spending time with your children or your grandchildren. You could be doing all of that. And nobody would fault you for that. But you've decided that you're going to sacrifice some of the finite amount of time you've got to be here. You've been on the board how many years? 20 years? 10 years? 12 years. You've been on a long time. You've been welcome to the club. But you're sacrificing it, and don't let the personalities get in the way. And nothing that's happened in the past has to happen from this day forward. Maybe you'll even shake hands. Shake hands with somebody and say, "Hey, we're going to go forward." And when somebody who's different than you has a good idea, tell them they have a good idea. That'll really surprise them. Wow, she told me it was a good idea. Is it? I better double check that. Yeah, and it is. But boy, suddenly, someone who exercised negative power over you by getting you to respond is praising you. So the best way to deal with that is to say thank you, and when the time comes, praise them. Just work together. Everything goes to the chair. Everything goes to the chair. The chair has to be above reproach, even-handed. No archaeology. You can't. I mean, it might be true, but you can't. I think I'm exhausting my time here.
Very much informative to go through it and maybe filling in the gaps in those crevices. Okay, so.
Let me close on this, Madam President, members of the board. I have limited time, and I'm hungry. But I sacrificed. I know I get paid, but I sacrificed my time to come here with you guys. Why? Because you're important. You're the people that are elevating kids, giving them a chance. What kind of a person would I be if I had told Mr. Watson, no, I don't care about those people. I'm not going to go. I wouldn't be a very good man. I certainly wouldn't be a very good lawyer. So I sacrificed because you guys are important, and I'm a hard grader. Thank you, Mr. Watson, Madam President. May I be excused?
Not yet.
Okay.
One question that I just saw. I mean, you covered the open meeting law, but there's an agenda and there's the public's right. When you come to the podium to speak, the public has a right to attend, listen, tape record, videotape. The public has no right to speak, disrupt
Correct.
when the order of the agenda or the discussions are taking place. I just wanted to highlight that. If you want to say anything
That's true.
to that.
And some lawyers disagree with me on this, but I'm a big believer in putting time limits. 2 minutes. If they can't say what they're going to say in 2 minutes, they haven't thought it out. 2 minutes. You can't say when your spouse is when you're talking to your spouse or your child, you say, "I love you." You don't say, "I love you because X, Y, and Z," and you go down the laundry list of every reason in the world. You say, "I love you." It's a simple message. Here, simple message can be, if you really are really angry, you just look at the other person saying, "I'm sorry, but you're wrong." That's it. What's more powerful than that? Short, direct messages. When the people come up and they speak, if they want to go on longer, I'm sorry, you've expended your time. But we thank you for sharing what you shared with us. Now, next person, you thank everybody for taking their time because they sacrificed to come here. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you. It's good to see all of you.
And Madam President, may I, if I
Oh,
may?
yes.
I just wanted
Mr.
to
Watson.
thank you. I just wanted to say thank you for being here.
Sure.
If people haven't put together yet, you've been a stalwart in the community for years and years and years. You've been an advocate of public education and quality education for our kids. And we really appreciate your message and just your just giving us this professional opportunity to grow. So thank you for being here.
Well, thank you for saying that. I'm very fortunate. Thank you.
And with that, we do have call to the public. Consideration and possible discussion of comments and complaints from the public. The governing board will not take any legal action on matters raised during this portion of the meeting unless the comments and complaints pertain to items included on the agenda. A 3-minute time limit is set, and all are asked to adhere to this limit. The governing board may direct staff to study matters raised by the public or to reschedule those matters for a future consideration, discussion, and possible action at a later date. And I do have, I believe, and let me go on, just reiterate policy BEDH, which is the public participation at board meetings. This policy states that if considered necessary, the president shall set the time limit on the length of the comment period in order to ensure that each individual has an opportunity to address the board. The president and the board president may also set a time limit for individual speakers. And with that, I do have 2 call to the public. And I have Ms. Cecilia Moreno Espino. Yes.
Good evening. And mine he's gone. Mine is informative and I hang it out in the clothesline for sunshine. Good evening. I am Cecilia Moreno, taxpayer, district resident, and concerned citizen. My question for you today is, what is your agenda? I went through the agendas of the last year and nowhere did I find that you requested funding to pay consultation fees. The individuals you are paying are former Superintendent Jacob Chavez, who was terminated, and Zico. Why and what information would Steve Watson need to need from 2 former employees at the cost of $10,000 a month. Is there some secret agenda? Ms. Cantu, this is a questionable expense. Do you know what they're consulting on? And if not, why don't you ask? You often ask about expenses. This needs to be asked. Also, I question what was the cost of terminating Ms. Grijalva's contract. I hear no mention of the cost. I remind everyone that the board continues to pay out salaries for Mrs. Jauregui, Mrs. Farrar, 2 administrators put on leave without due process. The district also continues to pay a salary to Mr. Watson, whose job was never posted and he was never vetted by other administrators, staff, and community, which is usually what districts do. And now the district will incur an additional $6 million by going to a 5-day week, a decision not supported by teachers or parents. Does everyone see a pattern of misuse of taxpayer money? Does everyone see an out-of-control school board that does not listen to teachers or the community? The fact that we have an illegally appointed, not vetted superintendent, I continue to ask for resignations. Thank you.
Thank you for coming to speak tonight. And I will clarify for the record, because I will not, moving forward, not tolerate baseless accusations. For the record, Dr. Chavez, who's not scheduled to be discussed on this agenda, was not terminated based on that statement. And for the record, many other allegations that are made are baseless. And Mr. Watson here is not illegal. We did go through the proper procedures, and let's move on forward. Going forward, I do have Laurie Richards regarding our strategic plan.
Good evening, Governing Board President Hernandez, Mr. Watson, Governing Board members, and guests. I represent the Cartwright Education Association, and I'm again here to request a meaningful partnership with the Cartwright School District in developing a comprehensive strategic plan that addresses both the needs of our staff and students. Our association stands ready to collaborate and support the district in identifying the barriers that prevent our students from achieving proficiency. We are equally committed to investigating thoughtful, research-based solutions that move our students forward academically, socially, and behaviorally. The educators in our classrooms bring invaluable experience and insight into what our students need to succeed, and that expertise must be a part of the strategic plan. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I always get nervous up here, no matter how many times I come. There are many significant decisions that are being made that will shape the trajectory of the upcoming school year. At such a pivotal moment, it is imperative that we bring together the best minds, educators, administrators, families, and community leaders, and governing board members to determine how we can most effectively leverage growth and sustain proficiency. Lasting progress cannot occur in isolation. It is built through a shared vision, shared responsibility, and shared accountability. The most effective way to achieve this is through authentic partnership. We renew our request to collaborate in a transparent and inclusive strategic planning process that meaningfully involves stakeholders at every stage. Educators must have a voice in the decisions that directly impact the teaching and learning. Families and community members must feel heard and valued as partners in the student progress. With the potential upcoming override before our community, collaboration and inclusion are more critical now than ever. Our community must see that we are united in purpose and aligned in our commitment to providing the highest education for every student. When we work together, openly and strategically, we can strengthen not only our schools, but the entire community we serve. The Cartwright Education Association remains committed to partnership. We stand ready to work alongside the district leadership and governing board to develop a comprehensive, forward-thinking strategic plan that prioritizes student proficiency, supports our educators, and ensures that our community thrives. We look forward to hearing from the governing board, Mr. Watson, and creating that collaborative community moving forward, and we are ready to get on the road to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your continued partnership, Ms. Richards. Going on to the consent agenda. Ms. Cantu, I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented. Do I have a second?
Second, Madam President.
Thank you. We'll proceed to a roll call vote. Ms. Cantu, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Thank you. Ms. Hernandez, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Thank you. And Ms. Garcia, how do you vote?
I abstain.
Thank you. Christine, please let the record reflect there's an abstention, and I vote aye, and motion carries. Going on to action item F, we've got a presentation. Dr. Marco Ruiz.
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent Watson, Madam President Hernandez, governing board members, and Cartwright community. We're pleased this evening to provide you with an update on our English language arts request for proposal process and final recommendation. This evening, Ms. Jessica Larson, our Executive Director of Teaching and Learning, will be providing the update on the RFP process, the timeline for the RFP process, as well as providing a recommendation on the selected curriculum, Savvis Learning Company. I'm sure she's going to be happy to answer questions at the end of the presentation, so I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Jessica.
I did the blue one first. Good evening, Board President Ms. Hernandez, governing board members, Superintendent Watson, executive team, and those watching. Thank you for having the presentation. We can go to the next slide. I am happy to be here with everyone this evening to make our recommendation to the board in regards to our K-6 ELA adoption. Just a little bit of background information to refresh everyone. Our K-6 curriculum, the adoption cycle was 2017 to 2024. So we have not had a Tier 1 core curriculum since 2024, with the exception that we did receive from ADE. So we have been working quite diligently on ensuring that our students are being given that opportunity to have quality materials in front of them. And then there's our ARS statutes below just referencing that we do need to have that core curriculum. A brief review of the RFP process that we did follow, thanks to, I just want to give a shout out to Jasmine Shiner in our business services department, who really kept us in line with all procurement procedures. And also, if you go to the next slide, please. A huge thank you to our curriculum committee. They put in a lot of time, energy, effort in learning the process. Number one, that was interesting for all of us to go through such a comprehensive process. So you see our adoption committee here, RFP committee, and then our oversight committee. RFP committee, they had the big job of reading all of the proposals that came in. We sent out the request to 56 vendors, I believe, and we had 5 responses. My understanding is it took anywhere from 30 to 50 hours to review those proposals. The RFP committee then made the recommendation for the 2 vendors that we then brought to the board for your approval to consider for adoption. So thank you to our adoption committee. We did, if you go to the next slide, trying to be brief. Here is the timeline of all of our meetings. And again, very proud to be able to be in front of you tonight, as this was our end goal, to be able to make a recommendation to you this evening. We did initially meet on February 3rd, hoping that we would be able to walk away with that recommendation, but we did need more time. So then we met again on February 9th. So where you see those red dates, so the 19th, the 30th, November 20th, February 3rd, and 9th, those were all public meetings. We can go to the next slide, please. And then here's just what the materials looked like as they were in the governing boardroom. So those members of the community could come in and review them physically. As we learned in this process, many communities were moving to just an online format. We know that it is important for us to be able to physically see the materials. So we did have those in the governing boardroom. They are still there. Here's a little bit more of our timeline. So we provided you the overview, and we're granted that approval to move forward with reviewing those 2 finalist vendors. Then we did have them available in the main lobby. We also made time at an ISS, our instructional support coaches, and our Move On and Reading specialist to come over during one of their meetings to view the materials. They were online as well. So everything that is here in person, they were able to log on to and see online. That would be a challenge for me personally, but it was available. I would say a highlight really was the vendor presentations. And so what we did was we took many of those questions that you had, and we also had to, we were very much in alignment with those questions. So we provided 10 questions to each of the vendors who then came, and they only had 25 minutes to present, and we kept them to that. So it was fast and furious to be able to answer those 10 questions. In the our recommended vendor pamphlet that you have in front of you, all of those 10 questions and their responses are in the first half of that. So for example, the first question, please share growth and proficiency data from AZ school districts with similar demographics. We knew that that was a very key point, and we really wanted to make sure we had what data was available for each of the vendors. So each vendor did share their responses to these questions and these questions only. They could not go off track. So they really did a nice job of being able to synthesize the information. So where the link is here for the vendor focus questions, those are just the 10 questions. So you can click on that. You can see the questions that were asked, again, just in a very simple format, whereas this will have all of the responses, as well as the executive summary at the end also talks about a professional learning plan, which will really be the key to the success of any curriculum that would be adopted. Is going to be how are we going to work together and support our teachers and learning community, how to best utilize those resources for where our scholars are at. We did have a feedback form as well. The next slide will demonstrate what that feedback looked like. I'm smiling because we had 34 responses, and I think that it is very important to be transparent about the number of responses. And then we also had our adoption committee feedback. So they were able to come and share what they may have talked to at their school with their school leaders about, or other teachers or community members. Just to note, we did have a family also come and attend the vendor presentation. So that was nice to have a kiddo in the space with us as well. If we could go to the next slide, please. So here is the overall feedback. I'm happy to give a more detailed information regarding the feedback, but this just, again, does give our overview. So 79.4% were our, the red, it looks orange there, but really those were our teachers. So that does break it down. So we have to take that feedback for what it is, and we did. And then again, also use that adoption committee feedback in reviewing a variety of items. If we could go to the next slide, please. Just a few quotes that were also included in the feedback form. I will just read the first one. So Savvis Portal is easy to navigate, to locate the items in the curriculum. I can easily see the high quality text and question sets that accompany the text. I feel that this is stronger of the two as presented on the computer. So again, just shows a few little highlights there from our feedback form. The longer quote there discusses some of the feedback for our EL learners, which again, that was one of the key questions that we wanted to make sure we highlight, as that is near and dear to all of our hearts here in Cartwright. Go to the next slide. And so the ELA Adoption Committee would like to recommend the Savvis Learning Company as our new K-6 specific ELA adoption. Although it is approved for K-8, we are currently using the 7th, 8th grade My Perspectives, which is Savvis Learning Company. So we are currently working with them. And in general, the feedback and working with our principals is that has been successful, and their teachers are utilizing that. But that gives us some opportunities. Our next steps, pending the board approval, will really be the contract, would be the next, would be the contract negotiations, where we will really be able to dive into final costs in the contract and what that may look like, which will then obviously come back to the board executive team. That will include our professional learning plan, which we'll be very excited to talk about, as again, the most important part of this is that we really provide opportunities for our teachers to dive in and really get quality professional development. In our nice little packet here, it does give a variety of different options, and they are going to provide, if approved, would also provide every ELA teacher with in-person training. I don't remember the total of what it costs, but we want to get that in person, in the classroom, actual experience with using the materials. Some other next steps would just be, what does that communication look like? Removal of materials that need to leave the campus, and then our plan for executing the rollout of getting the materials to the campus. Just a few other highlights from and regarding SAVIS in regards to the data. Some of the data shows that, the data shows that students who are receiving special education services had increased their ELA scores by 8 points. And then our English language learners who were utilizing this program grew 9 points. There are language checkpoints, language supports, variety of resources for all learners. And then there was one for our families. There is a family school connection letters that are in both English and Spanish, a parent's corner, as well as some digital translation tools. Those are just a few of the highlights. I am by no means an expert, but I'm looking forward to learning more about all of what this curriculum could bring to our district. And I am going to use the simple message that we just learned. Our ELA Adoption Committee, we bring forth the SAVIS Learning Company as the vendor for the ELA adoption. And with that, any questions, remarks that I will do my best to attempt to answer, because that was quick. I was working on my brevity.
Ms. Cantu?
Thank you, Madam President. Ms. Larson, in the feedback, we have, can you please go down?
Sure.
What is page?
The graph?
Page? Yes, the graph.
That one. Mm-hmm.
There is a 11.8% of parent family members present on the selection of the material.
So, Madam President, Ms. Cantu, that was on the online feedback form. So these responses were the ones that were on the online feedback form.
Okay, so they didn't see the actual material.
They could have. They could have come in and viewed them and then completed the feedback form, or they may have reviewed it online and then completed the feedback form.
Why do you think it's important to involve the parents on this decision?
Madam President, Ms. Cantu, absolutely. I do believe that we did everything within our power to make it available to the best of our ability, really highlighting the vendor presentation. That in itself, I think would be the most ideal for anybody. I mean, for all of us in the room, that was the most telling and helpful, even as we're looking through the books in the front and trying to dive in. There's only so much you can learn on your own when you're not the expert. So those vendor presentations, which we would be happy, if approved, having them come and do more hands-on presentations with all the schools if necessary. I mean, they want their product to be successful and they want to get that information out there. So I don't want to speak for them, but I believe that they would be more than willing to do that.
I would like to see that in the future. I would like to see, Madam President, because I think it's, I like to ask questions and I like to know how this impact our students. But I like the idea that this includes the parents because they are the, how do you say it? They're the
Child's first teacher. They're
they're very important in our community to have that. We have their children and we have the parents' input. It's, to me, it's they know we're reaching out to them because their kids matter to us. So thank you very much. When you said, next question, Madam President, it says no administrator was part of it. What does that mean? I mean, it's in green, but there's no green in there.
Sure. So, Madam President, Ms. Cantu, that would be in response to anybody who actually filled out the feedback form online. We did have principals in both the adoption committee and the RFP committee as well. So we had Ms. Leticia, there we are, and then Janet so we did have those two principals on the adoption committee, which is where we were really diving into that feedback. And then in our think Miss Christine Ramirez is here. She was on the committee where they read through the five vendors who did make it through all of our expectations that we were looking for.
And one more question, Madam President. Were there other companies or other vendors as well that were going through the process or were able to?
Yeah. So, Madam President, Ms. Cantu, yes. So when we sent out the original RFP, the request for proposal, it was sent to 56 vendors and 5 were responded. So those were the 5 vendors who fulfilled all of the things that we were looking for the Cartwright School District and for our community. So we had the 5, and that was the RFP's committee's sole responsibility was to look through those 5. And then they made the 2 final recommendations that we brought forth, which was HMH and then Savvis. So those were the 2 finalists. And then those 2 finalists is what the adoption committee dove deep into to then make this final recommendation this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Larson.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam President.
Do you have a question?
Thank you, Madam President. Ms. Larson, thank you so much for this presentation. I'm reading through everything, and I'm liking what I'm seeing. It says, and I keep seeing the word digital. Is it because majority of this they're using it on computer, on iPads? I saw, and then work to be able to work from home. And then they also say that it's in English and Spanish for parents to work with.
So, Madam President, Cassandra, I'm going to go with the Cassandra since I'm following his lead there. It is not all digital. They're highlighting some of those components and thinking about one of the questions that we asked in terms of like our infrastructure that we have available here in Cartwright. Will our technology that we have available currently support what their program offers? So there are some AI components within the program that can be utilized, similar to many other ELA curriculums. There are readers that they can read online, do from home. Those are like some of just like the more basic online digital tools, but there are several for teachers to use as well as interactive with our scholars. And then the second question, in English and in Spanish. All of the communication that goes home will be in English and Spanish. The materials themselves presented in front of students have to be in English, but we have an opportunity to look into some DLI materials that would then be in alignment to, if approved, status.
Oh, great. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Larson. Thank you, Madam President.
Any other questions?
And Madam President, if I may, just DLI is our
Dual language
immersion program.
Yes.
So just want to,
Yes.
we use a lot of jargon.
Thank you.
All righty. Thank you. In the DLI? Mr. Watson. Ms. Cantu has a question regarding the DLI program. How many students exactly do we have?
What in our dual language in our dual language program?
Okay. Como 260.
So just for the record, since we've got the microphone, around 260, give or take.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Watson.
So with that, because we've had the presentation, I move that we approve the award award the RFP number 26-01-33 K through 8 ELA adoption to adopt ELA curriculum from Savvis Learning Company LLC. Do I have a second? Thank you. And let's see. I will proceed with a roll call vote. Ms. Garcia? Thank you. And I will proceed with the roll call vote. Ms. Cantu, how do you vote? On the approval of the adoption of the curriculum.
I understand.
Oh, okay. You're thinking.
We're going, and just for clarification, Madam President, we're voting on this adoption, but we haven't have the um, the cost of the material yet. Yes, please.
All right, Madam President, Ms. Cantu, it is budgeted, Dr. Etheridge, if I get this wrong, but 4.6 million as a max over 7 years out of our capital budget is my understanding. All right, Dr. Etheridge gave me the nod. So that's for the total of the 7.
Madam President, Vice President Cantu, yes, it's going to depend on exactly how many materials we order, what those types of things look like. This process right here just awards the RFP to that adoption committee, and then we'll bring later, once we've got a quote for all the materials, professional development, all those things together, back to the governing board for a final amount. But the costs were part of the RFP process. So that's when you look at the RFP process, there's different components. So supplemental materials that go with it, a digital, whatever, however they rated the RFP, cost is a factor in that. So we know that regardless of what curriculum we went to, cost was comparative across those curriculums.
Thank you, Dr. Etheridge. Thank you, Ms. Larson.
We were on that vote. How do you vote? Or you could pass and we could go around.
I would.
Thank you. And Ms. Hernandez, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Thank you. And Ms. Garcia, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay. And I vote aye, and motion carries. Okay. Going on to the next item, we've got the consideration and possible approval of the Cartwright School District number 83, 2026-2027 calendar. Mr. Watson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President, Governing Board. Yeah, if you could throw that up there, that'd be great. This is our proposed calendar for the 2026-2027 school year. I'll just hit a few of the highlights on this calendar. We've spent time working on this. We absolutely got input and heard from a lot of individuals. For example, there was a conversation around not having half days because it makes teaching continuity very difficult. And so you won't really see half days. We actually have just a few half days around parent-teacher conferences and the last day of school. And so that's actually why we do have some professional development days on Friday. We took what would be the equivalent of those half days for professional development, and we moved those to Fridays, and we tried to situate those for our families to be around holidays. We also, just a key component of this calendar is just the increased instructional minutes. So we get our students to a similar number of instructional minutes of our neighboring districts. We meet all the minimum requirements, whether it's kindergarten all the way through 8th grade. We are far above the minimum requirements required by the State Board of Education, the Arizona Department of Education, for instructional time for our children. And also, we really tried to make this a teacher-centric calendar. So I want to highlight there are 3 blue days on there, where if you've spent any time in the classroom, you know that after a long break, you don't want to have to think about coming in at 7:45 in the morning and having 30 kids come into your classroom after you've just spent 2 weeks relaxing for your holiday, your winter break. And so we've built in, after those extended holidays, time for teachers to come in. We've talked to our principals about making sure that this is time for our teachers to be prepared. And we've talked to our teachers to make sure that they know that this is available to them. And so we've got some of those things built in. Also, this keeps our, after a lot of conversations with our teachers and staff, this actually keeps our calendar to the same number of minutes and hours that we're currently teaching. And as a result, for our community, we don't have to introduce to our community new start and end times. So for our family members, they don't have to get off work early to come and pick up their kids. They're familiar with the start and end times of their current school days. And so we have those kind of built in here. And so this really does check a lot of boxes, providing professional development opportunity for our teachers. One thing that I've consistently heard throughout the district with teachers and staff is that we've really, in the past, had a really strong culture of building our own teachers and coaching them we always want to be better no matter what level we are in the school district, where we are, what our position is. We want to do better tomorrow than we did today. And so this professional development time is really very purposeful and helping our teachers and our staff just across the board just constantly learn and grow. And we want our expert master teachers to be helping to coach some of our young teachers, and this builds in some time to be able to do that. So those are just some of the highlights. I think I've covered a lot of it, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Yes, Mr. Watson. We're noticing, just looking at and I'm having trouble differentiating the color. So when I see let's see the 21, August 2026, the color there, is that the orange that aligns with? That's on a Friday. So that's teacher in service?
So that is a teacher professional development day, yes.
Okay.
Madam President.
The green are recesses. So I'm finding that we're gone still 2 days out of the month, right? 2 or 3 in some cases.
So Madam President.
With an additional Mondays off as well.
So Madam President, like I said, we have an occasional Monday off associated with those extended breaks, and we do have a Friday as a professional development day. And the decision around that was to not have early release. As we were talking with teachers, staff, as we were talking with parents in the community, there was really a distaste for having an early release day. And once again, if you actually look at that August date of the 21st, we really tried to be considerate to our families. And if you notice, actually, let's look at the September 4th. If you noticed on the Monday of the September 4th, that is, I'm looking, that's Labor Day. That's Labor Day right there. And so for our parents, they have a 4-day weekend. So if they want to take a trip with their children, and some people have asked me, hey, what about our teachers on that day? Do you think maybe they're going to take some time off? And our teachers are professionals. They are professionals. As we've been talking to them, first of all, they can take their time whenever they want, but they're professionals and they want that time. They want that time to be in their classroom. They want that time to prepare for their students. They are professionals. And so I'm 100% confident that our teachers will be professional. And I have no concerns with the days that we chose creating any sort of issue. But this does provide a little bit of a bonus for our family members who do want some extra time.
Could you scroll up? I can't see the bottom. It says term 1 or right.
So yes, on the left-hand side, we have, like so we go across, which we talked about. I like going across, but a lot of people do them down. So we're going across. So this is the entire school year going left to right, left to right, left to right. And Madam President, just while you're looking, as I stated before, this gets us the class time that we need for our students to be successful. We are looking at those Fridays of professional development and looking for ways to partner with some community partners to provide opportunities for kids to be on campus, to be doing different things. But specifically, I just want to make sure that our teachers and staff know that that is professional development time that is not coming out of you. But we are looking to some community partners to be able to ensure that all of our children are taken care of every day.
Okay, couldn't see just looking at the bottom. Okay, it's a lot. It's certainly a lot to take in and get. I had a very general glimpse.
Sure.
Any other questions regarding the calendar?
No, I do, Madam President.
Ms. Garcia?
Thank you.
Yeah, she raised her hand.
Speaking to the calendar, with that fifth day, will the teachers be paid extra for that fifth day, or what does that look like?
Yeah, Madam President, Ms. Garcia, that's an excellent question. Just let me get through the whole answer, please. When we decided to go to a 4-day, we did not reduce teacher pay, and we've gotten that quite a bit. And so not in that way, but we have looked at our budget, and we are looking to increase the salary of our employees, including our teachers this year, and having that be part of our 301 component. And so yes, we do expect I say expect because we still have to go through everything, but yeah, they're assuming that the budget that we have planned and that we think is a reasonable budget, yes, there will be an increase in pay for our teaching staff.
And my second question is regarding the calendar. Were the parents involved in the decision making? And if so, what was that process?
Yeah, Madam President, Ms. Garcia, candidly, there wasn't an official component to that, but I did speak with a variety of parents in the community, and we received feedback. And going back to this idea of, I think the biggest issue was this idea around an early release day. And we did toy with the idea, and I will make another point that our holidays and our time off coincides with neighboring districts, including Phoenix Union. One thing that we don't know about Phoenix Union is they have their professional development days, but they don't decide up front, and so there might not be perfect overlap. But so yeah, we spoke with families, and their issue was about not having a late start on Wednesdays, because we considered that because Phoenix Union has one of those, and we were thinking about maybe aligning with something similar, and then early release. And so the parents that we spoke to, and to your point, it was more of a going out and having conversations with parents in parking lots more than it was an official meeting. But one thing that we heard was just consistency in the schedule, and that's what we've tried to build into this.
So you're talking about consistency and having conversations in parking lots, but that doesn't answer my question, because we have a lot of parents, we have a lot of caregivers. So how is it that you are able to make decisions based on having discussions in parking lots? That doesn't make sense.
Thank you, Madam President, Ms. Garcia, and we value community input, and candidly, some of the best conversations that we have happen very casually in parking lots, before and after school, interacting with parents. We did see in our RFP that we had 34 total responses, and out of those responses, 11.8% were families. And so not all of our families all the time respond to a survey. And so we wanted to go out and have those, boots on the ground conversations with our community. And we do feel like that this is a calendar that respects them, respects their time, and what they want for their children. And it also respects teachers and employees of the district.
Just speaking to that again, and not to beat a dead horse, I hate that. But so you are saying that you've had multiple conversations in all of the parking lots of all the schools with the same discussion, but yet you have no numbers. That is concerning, but if that's
Yeah,
what you said,
Madam President, Ms. Garcia, we have roughly 12,000 children who attend school here in the Cartwright Elementary's district, and so that makes for thousands of families. And I absolutely did not speak to every family and get feedback from the thousands of families. You are absolutely correct,
I
and I
appreciate
acknowledge
that.
that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. It's just concerning because just as previously regarding surveys and the unanimous amount of voices that wanted the 4-day, but those surveys were not produced. So again, just trying to look out for everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, Madam President, Ms. Garcia, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. It is a lot of information, even for me right now as I'm looking. I did have a chance to glance at it, but I've got to look at the details. I haven't seen it in its entirety. I'm going to be very honest. So I do need additional time. But I do have a question.
Sure.
Do we have anybody that would be able to tell me like what was the process the year before or when the calendar was adopted? Maybe Dr. Etheridge.
Yeah, no, Madam President, I couldn't speak to that myself.
I don't know if it's Dr. Etheridge or maybe Victor. You don't have to, but I just want to know the process. But if not, it's fine. I'd like to get more information. I just going back to that. There's another round of cafecitos going on still, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is a challenge for me, but I'd like for it to, maybe you could take it back to the cafecitos and share and get some feedback. At least get an opportunity to look at the skeleton to see what it's like. Ms. Garcia?
Would we be able to table this, table the calendar to get more information and include all stakeholders or as many as we can before the decision is made?
Okay, Ms. Garcia, we don't have to table it because it's worded for consideration or possible approval. So we can come back. We're just getting information. I requested information before because I wanted for it to be out there, but I still wasn't done through, going through it thoroughly. So I'd like the opportunity as well.
Thank you.
So thank you for that.
Madam President.
Yes, sorry, Victor.
I just want to say that, the process that we follow is no different than what it was done before. We just pretty much followed the Phoenix Union calendar, and then it was just brought up to executive for any revisions or any feedback.
No surveys, no cafecitos, no.
Mm-hmm. The same process that we follow.
Okay.
Right now.
Thank you, because that makes a difference in sense.
And I also want to say that we also created a Q&A that is posted on the website and it's open to the public. And I also had the opportunity to talk to families around the school, and I was able to bring that feedback to Mr. Watson. So when I would go and to the cafecitos and had those meetings with parent liaisons, so I will talk to them, get feedback, and bring it back I brought it back to the district.
Okay. Ms. Cantu, you had something?
Yes, Madam President, just for clarifications, you said that the same process that it took place in the past is the same process it was used this year.
Madam President, Vice President Cantu, yes, the process was very, very similar to what we did for this calendar.
And Madam President, Victor, thank you for reaching out in the community and for giving us that information that we were not aware of. And thank you again for this calendar.
Yeah, and Madam President and Ms. Garcia, if I may, I need that pause time. Is that what as we're considering this, and we have these conversations and we're trying to collect feedback, which I think is totally responsible and have no problem. I would like to consider maybe even bringing this back as I know this may sound a little weird, but maybe even bringing this back as a special meeting at some point sooner than later, because we do have teacher contracts that are going out, and we want our teachers and staff to be able to have some just some expectations of what they're actually signing on for. And so as we're collecting information, I would like to consider coming back for maybe a special meeting before our next meeting on, I think it's March 18th, to be able to specifically talk about the calendar and make sure that we're giving some just some concrete feedback to our employees as they're making decisions about whether or not to work here in the upcoming year, and frankly to our families who are trying to decide how they're going to spend their time this summer and at the beginning of the school year.
Yes, Ms. Garcia?
Just to follow up, I think that would be a good opportunity for us also to discuss that 5-day compensation for the teachers as well.
Yeah, Madam President, Ms. Garcia, we can absolutely give some hard numbers as we get a little bit closer. I'm not going to say we're, but we can give some hard numbers.
Madam President, if I may, so on this board agenda, actually, that was approved consent. It provided $3,000. It provided a $2,100 increase to teachers, $1,300 added to each cell of the salary schedule, plus the $800 step increase. Next board meeting, we hope at the next future board meeting to present the pay for performance plan, which will also bring an additional $900 increase to the pay for performance plan, bringing the total compensation increase to teachers for $3,000 is what we'll be proposing. And so the $2,100 was approved in this consent today, and then an additional $900 on the pay for performance plan in the future will be brought to the governing board for approval.
Okay. All righty. Thank you so much. It's a lot of information moving forward, but it gives us an opportunity, I think, to have this information available for your perusal. All righty.
Madam President.
Yes, Ms. Cantu.
Dr. Etheridge, can you let Ms. Garcia know where that information is in the consent agenda so she can have access to it?
Madam President, Vice President Cantu, yes, it is on consent number 18 is the approval of the salary schedules.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President.
You have another question. I anticipated that.
I'm
Thank
sorry.
you, Ms. Cantu.
Thank you for the pause. Madam President, Mr. Watson, I know we're going to go into, I don't know, more information on the calendar, but I just wanted to make a note that if possible that on March
Yes.
2027, make a change for the record, Christine, on Friday, March 26th. And
Yes, Madam President, Ms. Cantu, we do have that mislabeled, and it needs to be labeled a spring break day.
yeah, as much as I wish that it stay the way it is, but I think it's important to go along with the state alignments and all that. So,
Absolutely.
thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we've got, let's see, we've got an update regarding the public hearing, school attendance area boundary changes, Mr. Watson.
Yeah, Madam President. We talked a little bit about this at the last meeting. We definitely have a lot of we have a lot of students who are attending Manuel Pena Elementary School, and there is a small area. Can we zoom in on that little map right there? We would like to ask the governing board to, at the March 18th meeting, have an official, make it an official special meeting, to have a public hearing are the words I'm looking for, to have a public hearing, to take that little rectangle that says Manuel Pena Junior Elementary School and have that rezoned for G. Frank Davidson Elementary School. We talked a little bit last week or at our last meeting about the need for just some. We have a lot of students. I don't want to say we're at capacity because we will take all the students and teach them at a high level, but we do have a lot of students at Pena, and so we expect even more because of the construction that's happening with the apartment complexes and some single-family homes that are being built in the area. And so an effort to just help right-size the number of students we have at each school and maintain that even population, we would like to reboundary that area or at least have a public hearing around the potential of reboundarying that area for Frank Davidson. There are primarily 3 apartment complexes in that area. That area encompasses these 3 apartment complexes. There are certain statutory requirements and certain district policies that we have to alert our families. We have plans to mail out a postcard. We have plans to go to those apartment complexes and talk to some of those, just post a notice and invite families to come and ask any questions. And so we are, the public hearing at our next meeting would be to begin the process to notify the community, to collect feedback. There would be at the public hearing, a call to the public, an opportunity for parents and families to come and share their opinions and experiences about the reboundering. And so this is just informing you and asking, just as we move forward, to answer any questions you might have so that we can put this on our next agenda.
All righty. Thank you. And going on to G1, we've got the
Madam President, if I may, I in just a second.
Yes.
I just want to revisit the calendar very briefly. We just want to let you know, there are some. The calendar is integral in this domino of things that we need to do in the school district to just get certain things done. For example, we want to be able to register our students for next year. We want to be able to have that online registration. And so we want to be able to have that online registration. We want to, I mentioned making sure our teachers and our staff have some knowledge of what they're coming back to. And so the calendar is actually quite an important component of just the next steps. There are a lot of heads nodding out there. There's just, it's a pretty important component into just everything that we need to be doing. It's the first domino that you have to push to get all these other dominoes to fall and, spell Cartwright as they're like falling down in a shape. So obviously we will honor whatever the board decides. I would like, if the board would like to consider, passing that would be great. But once again, you 4 here tonight and the 5 of you are the governing board. I don't presume to tell you what to do, just giving you a heads up that this is a pretty important piece in what we're trying to get done here. Was that about? Is that good? Okay. And Madam President, if I may, one last thing about the calendar. We can do nip and tucks along the way. Obviously there is.
I'm throwing him off. Sorry.
Obviously, this would be approving the calendar. And that doesn't mean you can't go back and do a little nip and a tuck here and there. Madam President, Ms. Cantu, you talked a little bit about, making sure that name was correct on the calendar of that holiday being a spring break day. So we can do some little nips and tucks along the way, but if you would consider, consider approving this calendar so that we just have a little bit of stability and continuity for our employees, that would be great. And once again, you're going to decide what you're going to decide.
I just would like to have an opportunity, maybe after we come back from executive session, I would like to, again, there is nothing in there. I mean, we could continue moving forward.
Sure.
How about we just go forward? Give me an opportunity to go into the crevices here. I haven't had that opportunity, and I just really want to understand
Absolutely, Madam
what I'm
President.
voting on. Ms. Garcia?
Yeah, I thought we just agreed that we're not voting on the calendar. Okay, I just wanted the clarification.
No, I'm just clarifying with him as well. So,
Oh, thank
and,
you.
and honestly, if I just really have not had the chance to go through everything, and I like that opportunity. If I have that opportunity once we go in or out, and I'm okay with it. I know we just caught something there, Ms. Hernandez.
Madam President, if I may, and then just it's important, and even just with me, I am a new board member, and there's just so much I'm just overviewing, and I was trying to do my best right now to scan, and I just think that I would want just like that, that meeting, that workshop that Mr. Watson mentioned. I think it'd be beneficial to just get a refresh on the calendar and how it's supposed to be set by law, right? And just kind of a little bit more of an understanding. I think I need a little bit more time, and I think it'd be beneficial, most importantly, for our families.
Thank you. Thank you. And with that, we're going on to the presentation for the Center for Strong Families and Thriving Children. Dr. Marco Ruiz.
Yes. Good evening again, Superintendent Watson, Madam President Hernandez, governing board members, and Cartwright community. We're pleased this evening to provide you with an update on our Center for Strong Families and Thriving Children. This evening, Dr. Carlos Perez, Director of Social Emotional Learning and Safe Schools, will be providing an overview of all of the resources and support that's available to our families through the center. Again, we are grateful to have this resource, and again, for all of the staff over at the center that's connecting our families with very needed resources to improve education and outcomes for our students. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Perez, who will present the information on our center.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, good evening, Board President Hernandez, Acting Superintendent Watson, governing board members, executive team, guest present in the audience, and those watching on YouTube. The Center for Strong Families and Thriving Children exists to remove barriers to learning by strengthening families, stabilizing basic needs, and supporting the social, emotional, and mental well-being of both scholars and adults. The Family Center opened back in 2001 and has been serving the Cartwright community for over 25 years. Our work continues to be grounded in a simple belief. When families are supported, children thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. The center serves as a hub of wraparound services connecting families to essential resources, community partners, and mental health supports. We work collaboratively with schools, departments, and external agencies to ensure families are not navigating challenges alone. We focus on prevention and early intervention, family stability and empowerment, mental wellness and social emotional health, equity, access, and dignity for all families. Mental well-being is woven into every service we provide. By addressing basic needs and reducing stressors at home, we create conditions where families and scholars can focus on healing, growth, and learning. Our approach includes trauma-informed practices, warm handoffs to mental health professionals, reducing stigma around seeking help, and building trusting relationships with families. The center houses its own library, providing students and families with access to books and educational resources that support learning, literacy, and enrichment. The library also serves a safe and welcoming place for families experiencing housing instability. During hot days or times of need, families are able to use the library as a place to cool down, engage in arts and crafts, and spend meaningful time together in a supportive environment. This space promotes literacy and academic achievement, safe supervision and engagement for children, emotional regulation through creative activities, and a sense of normalcy, belonging, and dignity for families. We provide comprehensive support to families experiencing homelessness or housing instability under the McKinney-Vento Act, as well as supporting our families who have been identified as refugees and our scholars who are in the foster care system. This work is led by Ms. Elizabeth Lopez, a master's social worker. And services include identification and outreach, enrollment assistance, and school stability, transportation coordination, referrals to housing, healthcare, and social services, and ongoing advocacy and family support. These services ensure scholars remain connected to school and experience continuity, safety, and care during times of transition. The partnership with the Salvation Army Metro Phoenix allows us to respond immediately when a McKinney-Vento family experiences an eviction or a sudden displacement. When a family is identified and meets eligibility requirements, we refer them directly to the Salvation Army, who provides up to 3 nights of emergency hotel lodging. This program is fully funded through the McKinney-Vento allocation, and the Salvation Army serves as a third-party partner that manages and distributes the funds until they are depleted. This structure ensures accountability, compliance, and appropriate use of federal funds. Most importantly, this collaboration provides families with immediate safety and stability during a crisis, which helps scholars remain connected to school while long-term housing supports are pursued. Here are some pictures of the McKinney-Vento and refugee closets that we have at the center. You can see all of the different items that we have, everything from shoes to socks, to uniforms, to jackets, to sweaters, backpacks, hygiene products. It's all encompassed in those 2 rooms. Our district has partnered with the St. Mary's Food Bank for many years because we know that food insecurity is one of the most significant stressors impacting families and student success. The center provides regular food distribution for families in need, emergency food support during times of crisis, and partnerships with community organizations to expand access. By meeting this fundamental need, we help reduce anxiety and improve overall family well-being. Access to hygiene resources directly impacts dignity, confidence, and attendance and mental health. Available services also include on-site showers for our families, washer and dryer access, and hygiene supplies as needed. These services support families experiencing housing instability, temporary displacement, or financial hardship. Another recent outside organization our district has partnered with is the BHHS Legacy Foundation, which created a new clothing closet for our families and students who need new uniforms, jackets, shoes, beanies, and backpacks. Our clothing closets provide school-appropriate clothing for scholars, seasonal items such as jackets, shoes, and uniforms, support for families facing financial challenges. This ensures scholars can attend school feeling confident, comfortable, and ready to learn. And so these clothing closets here are open to all of our community here in the Cartwright School District. This is not just for McKinney-Vento students or refugee families. The center also offers computer access to support families with job applications, school-related tasks, accessing benefits and community services, and online learning and communication. Technology access reduces barriers and empowers families to advocate for themselves. We believe supporting parents and caregivers strengthens the entire family system. GED classes are also offered through the center. These support adult learners pursuing educational goals, increase employment opportunities, build confidence and self-efficacy, model lifelong learning for their children. And we currently have 15 GED licenses that allow families to access the curriculum to attain this degree. 10 of the GED licenses are in Spanish to support our Spanish speakers, and 5 are in English, and they're all currently being utilized. The center connects families to licensed social workers and mental health providers for counseling and mental health services, crisis intervention, case management, and community-based supports. And referrals are made with care, confidentiality, and trauma-informed lens. Through the leadership of Ms. Kayla Click, a licensed clinical social worker, the center supervises and supports social work and counselor interns. This program expands capacity to serve families, provides real-world training for future social workers and counselors, strengthens mental health supports across the district, ensures high-quality supervision and ethical practice, supports our school sites with extra social, emotional, and mental support for our scholars and staff. And we currently have agreements to work with Grand Canyon University, Arizona State, Walden University, and Northern Arizona University. Through the leadership of Mrs. Vanessa Chavez, who is a licensed master social worker, and our family engagement coordinator, we work closely with school-based parent liaisons to identify families in need, coordinate services, build trust in relationships, and ensure culturally responsive support. This partnership strengthens communication between schools, families, and the center. Another strong partnership allows us to maximize impact and avoid duplication of services. And our key partners include the John F. Long Crisis Assistance Program and the City of Phoenix Social Services. These collaborations provide families with access to emergency financial assistance, utility and housing support, crisis intervention services, and long-term stabilization resources. The current caseworker comes to the center every Tuesday and is there to support families. And we have given flyers to all our school sites so that they know that in case a family needs any help in paying a utility bill, they can come by to the center and get that services there. The district also partners with Southwest Behavioral Health and Touchstone Behavioral Health to provide comprehensive school-based mental health services across all 20 schools. These partnerships reduce barriers to care and close service gaps by making behavioral health supports accessible to students directly on campus. By integrating community behavioral health providers into the school setting, students receive timely and consistent mental health services that support their emotional well-being, behavior, attendance, and academic success. On-campus access reduces transportation and scheduling barriers for families, provides timely mental health assessments and counseling services, supports students experiencing emotional and behavioral or mental health challenges, offers crisis intervention and ongoing therapeutic services, improves student engagement and continuity of care, strengthens collaboration between schools, families, and the community providers, supports student attendance, behavior, and academic achievement, and expands the district's capacity to respond to student mental health needs. Through these programs and services, the center reduces the stresses and crisis-related disruptions, improves attendance and engagement, supports emotional regulation and resilience, strengthens family-school partnerships, and promotes equity and access district-wide. These numbers represent families and individuals we supported so far this school year, from August through February. Behind every number is a real family navigating food insecurity, housing instability, or crisis. Our work has been consistent month to month. responding to needs as they arise. These services reduce stress at home, prevent disruptions to learning, and help scholars stay connected to their schools during difficult times. This data reflects not just volume, but impact, and it reinforces why investing in family stability is essential to student success. To ensure families know about and can access these services, we use multiple communication methods rather than relying on a single approach. Our website serves as a central hub for information. Brochures and flyers allow us to reach families directly at schools and community events. Parent liaisons play a crucial role as trusted messengers who help families understand and navigate supports. Parent Square allows us to communicate quickly and consistently with families in real time. By using these multiple platforms, we reduce barriers, increase awareness, and ensure families can access services in ways that work best for them. In closing, the Center for Strong Families and Thriving Children is more than a service location. It is a place of hope, dignity, and connection. By investing in families and prioritizing social, emotional, and mental well-being, we are building safer schools, stronger communities, and brighter futures for our scholars. When families thrive, children succeed, and our entire district benefits. We are small, but we are mighty. And these are the people that run the center at this time. Thank you. And then if there's any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. I do have a question. If we could go back to the slide where I think you addressed the parent liaisons, and you have Vanessa right there.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any other, aside from this, any other interaction that the center has in working with the parent liaisons, or just it's limited to this?
Madam President, thank you for the question. Mrs. Chavez meets with our parent liaisons on a monthly basis to provide them professional development at the center so that they are well aware of the services that we're constantly providing, and if there's any other updates. They and then in turn go back to their school sites and provide that information at Los Cafecitos or at any other meetings with parents who they may see might be going through hard times. So hopefully what we want is that they build those relationships with their families at the school sites so that they're well aware of when things are changes or if there's changes in the family or when a crisis occurs. That's how they know to get them to the center.
So it's all about services.
That is correct.
Okay. Okay.
Madam President.
Ms. Hernandez and no Gomez Garcia.
I want to start off by thanking you. I think this was extremely needed. You know, it's my first time I'm ever hearing of this in detail, even let alone of the building. And so thank you so much for this. I think this was very great for our community to hear. I do want to speak to our parents when I say, you know, I feel like as a parent, it's kind of like when we don't have it all together, we too much pride, right? We don't want to ask for help, especially our single parents. But I can't stress enough that if, you know, Madam President has said it before, but if we don't know something's not going on, then there's no way to go about it. But I'm just so glad that Cartwright offers this to our families, not only to the community, really. And so I want to stress that if in times of need, just reach out. However that may look like to you, whoever you feel comfortable to reach out to, please do so. This is great. This is fantastic. So thank you for your time and for the presentation. I actually would like to request I'd like to go and see it in person. This is actually really exciting for me. And that way I can get a more emotional feeling with it. But thank you so much, and we'll go from there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Thank you for that. I have a follow up, but not with you. It's in our future agenda items. But thank you so much.
Madam President, if I may, Dr. Pettis, can you just go back to that slide that shows the number of people impacted? You said, these represent individuals and individual families. And, I think it's important to take a look at those numbers and just recognize we look at numbers a lot, percentages a lot, and I think it's just important to look at those whole numbers and recognize that those are people being served by you, the staff, by Cartwright, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, Ms. Garcia.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. I think we can all agree that the teachers are the backbone of this learning institution. And of course, everyone has an important role to play here. But the department that you oversee is part of that backbone and so crucial. And the lack of services that are not available in the community are available here in our own backyard. The means of communication that you have provided goes above and beyond and is expected. And as a board, I believe that we are also held accountable. And for us to be good stewards and provide that same example to our families is extremely important. But again, coming from a social work background myself, I appreciate everything that you've shared. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We've got other information discussion items. We've got an update regarding health insurance and RFP process.
Yep, Madam President, if I may, we just this was actually under the category of current events, and I just wanted to give just a couple of other little shout outs really quick. We had Mr. Pedro Flores here earlier today, and he's representing us in the Arizona State Spelling Bee Finals. And I just want to put in a little perspective. So Maricopa County has, over 4 million people, and it's divided into 6 regions for the purpose of spelling bees. And he won Region 3. And so I just want to give a little perspective to that. Maricopa County has 4.7 million people, so 750,000 K-12 students. And so if you divide that by 6, you have roughly 125,000 K-12 students in each region. And so he is representing those 125,000 K-12 students in our state spelling bee. So I just wanted to give him just one more shout out for being great as he's going on to the state finals. And then also, I did want to also congratulate John F. Long and Sunset Elementary. A lot of people really look to U.S. News World Report for making decisions on where they want to come to school. And we had both John F. Long and Sunset Elementary recognized in this year's Best Elementary Schools by U.S. News and World Report. And And so, yeah, they deserve a shout out. They deserve a clap. And if we could even, I think our social media guru would like us to have a couple of pictures with the plaques and with our principals. No. And then just briefly, it's one thing to be recognized, and it's one thing to be recognized in front of your peers. And so thank you both for doing great jobs on your campuses and looking out for our kids.
I'm not turning it on. Thank you. And we've got an update with other information discussion items. Health insurance.
Madam President, Governing Board members, Superintendent Watson, executive team, and those in the audience, I just wanted to provide an update on where we're at for our RFP for our medical insurance. As you know, earlier this year, we decided we wanted to go out and just kind of take a look at the marketplace for medical. There's not really any issues with our medical insurance, except for the fact that it's getting expensive. And we are self-insured, meaning that we pay out all of the claims that go on the medical insurance. We have an administrator, Valley Schools, who has kind of a fixed cost for us, and then in addition to the claims that we pay out. So we reached out to just get an idea of, are there other vendors in the marketplace that could possibly lower our cost, possibly provide us with better health insurance, those types of things. And so we went out for an RFP. We sent it out to several different companies, but we had 6 respondents. Valley Schools being included in that, but Valley Schools is actually a trust, and there is kind of a carve out in the law that a trust is procurement exempt. So when we talk about a request for proposal, people have to respond, but we can really work with trusts differently than within the RFP process. So because they were our current vendor, we still wanted to have discussions with those. We went through the RFP kind of process, and throughout that process, as we were identifying different medical insurance companies, looking at costs, looking at coverages, all of those types of things, ultimately, the committee decided that it would probably be best to actually cancel that solicitation because there were 2 vendors, Valley Schools being one of them, for our self-insured that we currently have, and Asbate for a fully funded option, which we've had in the past. We had several years ago. But those are both trusts, and because they're procurement exempt, we don't have to stay within the RFP parameters. So we decided to cancel that solicitation, and now we're currently in discussions with both Valley Schools for a self-funded option, as well as Asbate for a fully funded option. And so I'm currently meeting with both of those vendors to see kind of the deals they can get us for the medical insurance. I will say that currently Asbate has come out with a pretty lucrative kind of proposal for us that would keep our costs contained for medical insurance. Right now, medical inflation is about 10%. So thinking about costs from one year to the next, we can expect it to increase by 10%. Asbate has come back and kind of said that we can contain some of those costs for the next couple of years. Valley Schools, on the other hand, because we're self-insured, they have a fixed cost, and then it's based on our claims data. And unfortunately, when we look at the data, our claims data is pretty bad compared to what we expect. So when we're self-funded, Valley Schools being our administrator, they're going to provide us with kind of expected claims data for what we think. An actuary does all their math and figures out what our expected claims will be. And we have consistently exceeded that expected claim numbers, meaning our costs are continuing to go up under Valley School. So we have not made any final decisions yet. Again, we're still working with those 2 vendors, continuing to discuss with our committees to determine, what the best route is. But we do want to kind of finalize some of those decisions so we can bring something to the governing board sooner rather than later, because similar to what Mr. Watson said about the calendar, teacher contracts are coming out, and we want teachers to know what benefits they're going to have moving forward for the year 2. So we hope to make that decision soon so we can bring that to the governing board for approval. And I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
I do. If not, if anybody has any, let me know. So we already have the what do you call it? The teacher contract templates approved already, but we haven't incorporated. We're just now discussing, is this going to be included in this upcoming year's next fiscal year's salary? So it's okay that we go through that now, make any changes now, but teachers won't know what that'll look like?
Madam President, so that's a great question. So that's kind of exactly why we're kind of on a tight timeline here, is that my goal would be to, if it's the will of the board and the superintendent, my goal would be to have a decision by March 18th at that governing board meeting, because then teacher contracts will just have been released, and it'll be, if we release them on March 16th, teacher contracts would be due back April 4th, and so they would know what their medical insurance was moving forward prior to signing that contract. That would be the goal. And Madam President, if I may, for comparison, last year we brought the medical insurance renewal, I believe, April 9th timeframe.
Okay.
Too. So it was about the same
because
time.
I'm feeling like everything's coming together, but it's important, but we have to act. Okay. Any questions? Okay.
Thank you. I
Ms.
appreciate
Garcia.
the presentation, the update. So thinking about the increase of insurance rates and thinking about hopefully raises, will it be a true raise, or will that money go towards the insurance? And so how would the employees benefit if they don't have a real raise?
Madam President, Board Member Garcia, that is an excellent question. The goal would be to not have to pass that cost on to the employee. Now, with that being said, if we take a look at Valley Schools, like I said, ASBATE has come back with an offer that I think it would be reasonable to where we wouldn't have to pass that cost on to the employee. Valley Schools, continuing to look at them, because we're self-insured, Valley Schools can't really do much with our claim data, because that's our claims. That's what we cost in medical insurance. So if we went that route, we would be looking at an increase of medical insurance cost of anywhere from, I would estimate, $3 to $5 million for that. So those would be discussions on why we're kind of talking with both groups right now, because we want to make sure that we can contain those costs, and we don't know what future costs are going. If the claims continue to go up, that would be something. And at some point, there's only so much money. If our costs continue to go up, that cost we would have to probably pass that down to the employee, if you will. The goal would be to not, though, and we would be actually one of the few districts that would continue to not pass that cost on to employees. Many districts cover, for example, like a high deductible plan for employees, but they would have to buy up to the PPO plan. And so we are, that's part of our evaluation when we're looking at Valley Schools versus ASBATE, is can we make it so that we don't have to pass that cost on to employees?
I appreciate that. And speaking to that, I know we talk a lot about surveys. Are the employees also included in these discussions? And, what is their take on it? Because I think that if we are able to provide raises and they are not able to benefit from those raises because they're going to have to pay out, then again, you'd have to get your wheels rolling again to see how is it that that they can actually benefit from the raise, right?
Right.
As the cost of living continues to go up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. If you could go back to the statement that you did, I was listening, but I didn't want to interrupt. You said if you go with whom, it was 3 to 5 million. Who was that? Or
Madam President, Valley
that
Schools. So Valley Schools, again, we currently are self-funded insurance, and we went that about 5 years ago. We went from fully funded to self-insured, and self-insured really is you pay your claims. So United Healthcare is our insurance carrier, and they provide insurance to us, but we actually pay it to Valley Schools, who pays the claims on our behalf. But it's our money, it's our claims. If you go to the doctor and when you get and it says insurance covered $40, that's the Cartwright School District covering $40. If we do have in a self-insured plan, kind of what's like a stop loss insurance. So if there's a high claim over $200,000, it caps it. So we have kind of insurance for our insurance. But anything under that $200,000, the Cartwright School District is paying those claims. And so again, Valley Schools really only has control over their administrative fee, which is about $83 per month per member. So it comes out to be about $1 million. But the other cost associated with that is our claims. And so because our claims are so high, our costs are continuing to go up. And that's where it's going to be difficult to contain because we're in charge of those claims. And if our claims continue to go up, we can't contain that. That would be the benefit of a fully funded insurance plan is we pay the premiums and now it's on the insurance company. So if our claims skyrocket, we don't care about that because the insurance company covers that. Now, the benefit of a self-insured plan is that if you have good years, so let's say, hey, we expect your claims to be $10 million this year, but we only actually have $8 million of claims, that $2 million is still our money to keep. And we can bank that for later. Whereas in a fully funded plan, if we pay them $10 million, but our claims are $8 million, we lose that $2 million. So that's the kind of the pros and cons of self-insured versus fully insured is that if your claims data is good and you are coming in lower than what you expected, you want to be under a self-insured plan. But if your claims data is not good and you're having trouble containing those costs, you more likely want to be under a fully insured plan.
Okay.
So that's currently what we're weighing right now.
Okay.
Madam President, I'm so sorry, Ms. Garcia, I don't know that I answered your question about stakeholder input and things like that. So we had an insurance committee through the RFP process that I do want to, now that we've kind of canceled the solicitation and talked to both vendors, want to pull them back to have more conversations with them. I did bring it to our meet and confer committee to have a discussion with them as well. And I would like to kind of determine a way how we can gather some other stakeholder input quickly, because again, we still want to make sure that teachers have an answer, prior to that meeting. But I do think it's because to be very transparent, one of the differences is the premiums may be lower, but some of the copays may be a little bit higher, or deductibles, things like that, depending upon what that plan is. It's kind of a, give and take on what we prefer. So I think that's important for employees to know.
And I'd like to add one thing to that, if I may, Madam President. We always want our employees to go get quality health care, so don't misinterpret what I'm about to say. But for us, from a cost standpoint, if you step on a nail and it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we would prefer that you go to an urgent care center than an ER, because the cost of going to an ER is significantly higher than urgent care. So if you step on a rusty nail, go get help. I'm not saying that you shouldn't, but there are things that we can do as an entity to help just educate all of our employees who have health insurance, to be able to kind of keep some of our costs down and still maintain that level of care that we want our employees to get. And so no matter what the group and the board decides moving forward, there are steps that we want to take proactively to just be good stewards of the resources that we have and to just help keep our claims reasonable, so that we have flexibility moving forward there.
And thank you, Mr. Watson. Just want to share again something that I'm looking forward to is that study regarding classifieds, health insurance. We changed hours. There were changes. Yeah. Yes.
We didn't, but it was
looking at being able maybe to consolidate positions, or now that we're looking at the food services, so that our classified have an opportunity to work enough hours to be able to qualify for that health insurance where it makes sense for the family. And again, we're looking at a study to learn about cost. It will never come to fruition if everybody every year for the last 6-7 years we've been discussing it, but it's never come to fruition. And I want us to take some action on that. So looking forward for that continued conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Did you have a question? Oh yeah.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a comment. We want everybody to feel secured. That plays a part with the same as the families, and so I think that it would be beneficial to get at least a and so Mr. Etheridge, are you wanting to get a decision by are you hoping to get a decision by March 8th, like on that meeting?
Madam President, Board Member Hernandez, that would be the hope, would be to be able to at least bring what insurance provider, what kind of insurance looks like for staff members, those types of things. Yes.
Oh, okay. I think that, and then we take a vote, or is okay, perfect. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Gives us the time. Oh, Ms.
Madam
Cantu, I'm
President,
sorry.
Dr. Etheridge, how much are we, how much is Cartwright paying right now for the full coverage of insurance for the all the
Madam
personnel?
President, Vice President Cantu, the invoice that I submitted to Valley Schools this past year was about $14 million. And right now we are, and that's medical, that's dental, that's fixed costs, that's everything. Our expected claims were about $11.5 million. So of that $14 million, about $11.5 million was for expected claims. As of the report that I saw at the end of January, we have gone through about $8 million of that already. So that's why I'm saying trend data is saying we're going to exceed that 11.5 million pretty extensively. Now, the good thing about being self-insured, like I said, if we came in years prior lower, we have banked that money. So it's not going to cost us, I'm not going to have to cut a check to Valley Schools for that additional amount. We have money in reserves with Valley Schools to cover the additional amount, but that's not sustainable with the rate of increase that we're seeing in claims either. So that's something else to consider.
Yes, Madam President, Dr. Etheridge, one more question. Who is covered under that health insurance across the district?
Madam President, Vice President Cantu, so any employee who works over 30 hours total in the district, they also have the option to purchase employee plus one, so add a spouse. They could add a spouse to that coverage, or family. They could add their family to that coverage as well. The district pays for the employee cost, and then kind of whatever the difference between the family cost and the employee cost is, that's the employee has to pay that additional cost.
And that's across the board for teachers, all employees?
Across the board for anybody who works over 30 hours per week.
So they have the right to pay for their significant other, but it's out of their pocket.
Madam President, Vice President Cantu, that's correct.
How many ESP or classified students do we have under that coverage? I mean, I know their numbers.
Madam President, Vice President Cantu, we have about 1,100 members total. We have about 650 teachers, maybe 100 other full-time certified staff. So I'm going to say about 300 to 350 ESPs.
And they're all covered?
Madam President, Vice President Cantu, correct. With the employee-only coverage. Now, I don't know the numbers for who bought up to employee and spouse or family, but for employee-only, that would be who would be covered there.
And there's no money out of their pocket?
Not for employee-only. That's correct.
Okay. Well, thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Etheridge.
I have additional questions regarding the changes that were made and the impact moving forward. And I know it's going to be calculated. I'm looking forward to the numbers, because at that point, we were not able, or the administration was not able to provide me with numbers of what that would look like in the coming years, and at what point we were not going to, we're going to continue to be able to afford that. But
yeah, Madam President, I'm happy to, when we bring back insurance renewals, to even just do a presentation itself on claims data and what that looks like, and the impact of then which way we went because of these reasons, and show you that data.
Okay. Thank you. Next one. We've got the override election.
So Dr. Etheridge and I are going to tag team on this one a little bit. We currently have, so here in the state of Arizona, we receive kind of a set amount of money from the state, and local school districts have an opportunity to ask their voters to increase their property tax burden on themselves to fund either through bonds, or we're going to talk a little bit about override elections to provide some additional funding to school districts. And we currently have an override in place. So a few years ago, the Cartwright District, the governing board, voted to approve going out to the community and asking for an override increase. And we have that in place today. And overrides, they last for a total of 7 years. But the trick is that after 5 years, you receive 5 years worth of additional spending capacity. And then in year 6, it drops by 33%. In year 7, it drops by 33%. And then in year 8, it's gone. And so we absolutely have are using our override dollars to pay for a variety of things, including teachers and staff, and we can talk about all the different ways, and we have talked about bonds and overrides in previous meetings. But our override in about a year and a half is going to begin to wind it down. And we have the opportunity as a school district, and you have the opportunity as a governing board to to put on the ballot, to contact the county superintendent's office and put on a pamphlet, just information about asking the community for an override. And so we just wanted to bring that to you and answer any questions that you might have about the dollars we're currently using and how we're using them as you consider going out for an override again. So we are going to be at the end of spring. As we start to turn into summer, there are some deadlines that we will need to meet if we decide that that's something that we want to do this year. And we're happy to answer any questions about that process and the election process.
Madam President,
Big
may I?
pause. Ms. Cantu?
What are we looking to cover with this override?
Madam President, Vice President Cantu, so this currently funds full-day kindergarten as well as reduces class sizes for teachers. So it's about $13 million that we receive from the override amount per year. It's about 20% of staff. So I would estimate if that goes away, we'd be looking at 20% increases to class sizes and things like that. It'd be a $13 million cut. It's embedded within our M&O budget. So it's a $13 million cut to M&O.
But we're declining enrollment, or we are overfloated in the classroom right now.
So Madam President, Vice President Cantu, we're declining enrollment, but what that means is that the amount of money that we're getting from state and local based on our allocations, the revenue control limit they call, is also decreasing because that's based on student enrollment. That's based on average daily membership. The override is based on prior year weighted ADM times current year factors. So in other words, that will also continue to reduce as we lose students. So when we do that calculation, that continues to reduce. But really, I don't want to say like that's okay, we don't need that money, because we absolutely do, because the money that we're getting from our allocation for revenue control limit will continue to decline as we decline in student enrollment.
We're not making a decision now. It's challenging because,
No,
and we're having those conversations at the Capitol as well, regarding the ability to go bond override. This goes on the back of our communities, both homeowners, and with the situations that are currently having. That's not where I like to go, but it's up to the board, but it's certainly something to toss around. And what are your thoughts, Ms. You were going to say something.
Madam President, Dr. Etheridge, as much as we need, or we will need this amount of money, I think that we are not giving the community what they deserve. And whose face is going to go out there and say, we need your money? If we cannot even have 5 days of school that provide the basic education to their children because there's no willing to it. You have to force it. But yet, giving money from the community, it's an insult. And that's my personal opinion. Nobody has to agree with me, but that's where I'm standing. Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Edrich.
Ms. Garcia?
Thank you. I think speaking to that, I think about the charter schools and the private schools who received $1 billion for what? I mean, they are not held at the same standards as we, as public schools are. They are receiving millions of dollars. And what they're doing is, I'm not sure if everyone is aware of this, but what they're doing is, for example, our special needs kids. If we have special needs kids, scholars who want to come here, and then for whatever reason, their parents decide to take them to a charter school or a private school, the charter schools are saying, hey, take your child over to the public school, to Cartwright, let that child be tested, and then bring that child back. Now, what's happening is when they're brought here to be tested, I don't know, that's, what is that, 9 hours of testing plus. So they're utilizing our resources. Again, this is an example, utilizing our resources and then taking their children back to the charter school where they're getting, what is it, $7,500? They're getting a lot, or 70, I mean, and more, just because they're special need. So, I mean, thinking about all that, and just to reiterate, these charter schools and private schools are not held at the same standards. So they benefit in many ways while they're taking our students, benefiting from our services. So with all due respect, you know, to everyone's opinion and thought process here, I believe that our community is worth it. Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to say that, you know, speaking to, oh my goodness, and I had my train of thought and then it completely left me. As much as we're, you know, we're going over every, you know, the spending and everything, and as much as we would need it and would benefit, I would hate to ask our families yet for more money. But I do think that it'd be something, you know, that the process of the election, it gives them the opportunity to be able to have a say in that. So I like that. It kind of gives it up to our families to decide. I think that's important to notate. I don't know how I'm hearing from the board, but I think that it would probably, and I'm just thinking out loud here, that it'd be in the benefit of our families to be able to choose that, you know? I mean, so I just wanted to say that, but thank you, Mr. Etheridge.
Thank you.
And Madam President, if I may, when we come and have this discussion, we will absolutely bring, you know, an estimate of what it would cost each family, and I think it would. We'll do a deep dive into how this is actually calculated. There are a lot of misconceptions over the actual amounts of how much an override costs, just because of the numbers that different people are looking at. And so we would not ask you to make that decision without bringing actual numbers and having that deep dive into, you know, how you calculate your property tax and what portion of that would actually go for an override. And then just to Ms. Garcia's point, with charter schools, when you calculate how much a charter school receives, they do receive more money per student than our traditional public schools, than Cartwright. And when you do some calculations, it kind of becomes the same when you start to factor in bonds and overrides for school districts. And so this is actually an opportunity for us to be on par with expenditures with some of the charter schools and different private schools in the area.
Yeah, Madam President, if I may, Mr. Ron, thank you for saying that, because Ms. Garcia, I was going to kind of comment the same thing, and thank you for pointing that out, because to Superintendent Watson's point is that charter schools do receive more funding, and bonds and overrides is what kind of gets us more comparable. But that's unfair, because charter schools get that automatically, where we have to go out for bonds and overrides in order to do that. So the system is set up unfairly, my own soapbox, unfairly for public schools and charter schools. But to your point, I do feel very strongly that these are ways to support, our kids in our community, because our kids do deserve the best. And so I think that if we're strategic in making sure that we are utilizing taxpayer funds purposefully, and making sure that we're being considerate of all of those things, that I think it's a way that we can benefit our school district.
No, let me. I will say something, but before it leaves me, understand. There's a longer story. I think that is attached to all of it. And you're right. It's our fiduciary responsibility, and we're still paying for things. Even though we show an amount, I mean, there were errors for things. We've got to be responsible with the monies that we're expending, and it is challenging for me personally, because I know that the impact that a simple difference in a paycheck makes for our families, and I don't know what that short-term future for the next year looks like. I'm seeing homes just down a 2-block radius, down Osborne. You've got as many as 8 homes. I've never, there was a time where that was happening. Just cautious about it. But it's challenging, and with the conversations that are taking place down at the Capitol, you would think that our elected leaders would be responsible in working towards making a change, so that situation changes, or else we're going to be complaining and dealing with it. That it's out of our hands. But thank you, Ms. Garcia. You had something to say.
Yes, thank you. And again, speaking to beating that dead horse, charter schools, private schools, they an experience that I believe I may have shared regarding a charter school. We know that they receive an exorbitant amount of money. That is not an argument. And is it fair? No, it's not. Is it fair that they take our kids and the resources that we have to offer, and then, none of that is fair. However, I was thinking about one afternoon when I was working, ending my day almost. It was about 4-ish, and I saw 3 scholars sitting over on 67th and Camelback. They attend that math and science school. And so the students were sitting against a brick wall, and I asked them a very simple question: what are you doing here? And they said, well, we're waiting to be picked up because our parents are late, right? So then I thought, well, why don't you wait at the school? Do you go to that school? And they said, yes. So they said they were not allowed to wait there. Okay. I go the next day, and not in uniform, and I'm asking a simple question. Hey, what do you do with your students when the school day is over? And they said, well, they can't stay because we're not babysitters. And number 2, once they leave, they're not our problem. I only wish I had a recorder. And I thought, these are the schools that these families are entrusting their children, to attend. And so with that being said, everything is wrong with that. So again, I would totally support funding for resources, after school programs, so that we don't become like them. Thank you.
A lot to be said.
Yeah.
We've gotten a lot of feedback from parents. Um, we've got to take that deep dive and look inward in terms of how we're working with our families. And I'm not talking about the ones that go to the Family Resource Center, because some don't know about the Resource Center and the treatment that they're receiving, um, that has been shared. But often, and I remember, and I'll say it again, that you can just go have a cafecito down in any plaza here and take a survey yourself. Talk to parents. 7 out of 10 just complaints regarding the lack of services, when it comes to the um, behavioral health issues that their child might be having, um, and choosing to move their kids, not being able to read. I know my daughter made that change as well. Um, so it's you're right, utilizing those resources to meet those needs and divvying up that pie according to the needs that are out there, that are falling, that perhaps we're not addressing fully, um, because we've been doing it differently. Um, Looking forward to the conversations.
Yeah,
Thank
Madam
you.
President, thank
Thank
you. We
you.
just wanted to bring
We
to
can
bring
we
that
can
up to kind of get that on the radar, start some of those conversations because we know it's a big decision. We know it impacts families in terms of taxpayer dollars, but we also know that resources. To Board Member Garcia, your point for charters. I'm a proponent of parental choice. I think it's up to the parents where they want to send their kids, whether it's public, private, charter. And our job as this public school district here in Cartwright is to make this school district the best school district, so the parents choose
You
us
got it.
and they want to come here. And so I think that investing in this community, I believe in this community, I believe in the school district and the kids here and the governing board and administration and everything. I think that we can move us in the right direction. And so I'm excited to
Yes.
take that on.
I say yes to that.
So,
Okay. For the
Woohoo.
conversation.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. We've got some policies.
So, Madam President, we are members of the Arizona School Board Association, our governing board in our school district, and as you know, as a state legislator, every year the state legislature makes laws that it impacts school policy, and so every year we need to update our school policy. In addition, the Arizona School Board Association, they're looking over all of our policies. And when I say our, I mean ours / the Arizona School Board Association. And so they are recommending some revisions, some updates, maybe streamlining some of the policies. And so there are, this is going to be one set of many policies that we will be bringing at the next few meetings. And we're not going to go over every single policy. This is just kind of a first read. This is an opportunity for everybody to be able to look through some of these policies. And like I said, they go beyond maybe just responding to just some legislative changes, because the Arizona School Board Association is just really looking at all of the policies from top to bottom and ensuring that they meet the needs of the school districts. And so we've got three groupings of them. This first grouping talks about mission and belief statements, legal status, what makes a school district, updates to policy language. It has, if you look at the board information, it tells you what letter, what the title is, and then what the actual update is. And then going on and looking at the second batch right there, policy advisory 819-8-862. So first read on those. It starts with school board operational goals, evaluation, school board legal status, board powers and responsibilities, and it covers governing boards. And then if you go on to the third grouping, it starts with support service goals, priority objectives, environmental safety programs, reporting hazards, warning systems. And we would like to invite you as a governing board to look over these policies, and anybody in the community who wants to look them over. If you also would like the Arizona Department of Education, the Arizona School Board Association has a terrific website called Policy Bridge, where we constantly go when we need to look for a policy to help us make a decision, and that's publicly available, and we can absolutely share that link with you so you can see the current policies that are in place. And I'm happy to answer any questions about those. Just know that I'm not sure I have much more to say than what's in the governing board information. Shout out to those people who read the ELA RFP and all the material.
Ms. Garcia?
Thank you. I appreciate the homework to review this. However, I do have a question. Would we also be able to discuss policy in-house?
Yeah, Madam President, Ms. Garcia, these are recommended policies that come from the Arizona School Board Association, and absolutely, the governing board is I would say, as long as it aligns with state statute, yeah, the governing board can absolutely create policy for things that are unique to us. I guess one example I will give is just in December of last year, the board did vote to add some policy around just protecting our students when we're talking about immigration and immigration enforcement, and just making sure our students have a safe place to be. And so that's a perfect example of, yeah, absolutely, the governing board can adopt their own policies.
Right. So to be a little bit more specific, I am interested in the board reviewing the policy we currently have on having access to the board agenda. I believe it's 24 hours. But as a courtesy, I'd like to revisit that to give us at least a few days to be able to review the agenda in advance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. I'm looking at the number of policies that we do have. I am going to wait for the appropriate time on the agenda because I'm going to make a recommendation, and it involves a policy. Alrighty, future agenda items. So these are for first reading, discussion, and information. Moving on to the request for future agenda. I feel like I'm missing the executive session if I move forward. Request for future agenda items. So I'd like to recommend a board retreat. There are several items that we have not been able to do. Along the lines, I'm glad we were able to have. Unfortunately, not everybody was here, but I'd like to continue with the parliamentary open meeting law and policy conversations. And the words are escaping me right now, but the continuation for the board retreat. I'll think of the language as we discussed for the next for that agenda. But we discussed it at the previous board retreat that we had. So let's just work on scheduling that with our board members. And if it's something that we need to have during, as a study session or, right before or a special meeting for it, those are the options. All righty.
Just, Madam
Ms.
President,
Hernandez, sorry.
Thank you. Just to properly reintroduce and make sure I notate with this part of the meeting, I just want to request that we get. I'm sure Mr. Etheridge notated it to get the presentation done on how the calendar is supposed to look like based off the law and what we need to follow with that, just so I can.
Oh, you mean the
with the calendar year.
Oh, okay.
Just a presentation in the next meeting, if we can. We mentioned that a little bit during the.
You mean the current calendar?
Just the details on the current calendar, the details on what we need to be following as a public education school district and meeting the law requirements.
Oh, making sure we're
We've gone about it
making
before in the
or a
past. but-
presentation to understand that better.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, thank you. Exactly.
Alrighty.
A refresh.
And we're going into yes, Ms. Garcia.
Are we still doing future agenda items? Okay.
Yes.
May I?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Actually have a few here. So I would like to request an update for support services for new principals. I believe I had put that in writing before, and I don't know, do we have resources for them rather than just throwing them in either sink or swim? Not okay. And my second one would be the rationale for hiring consultants. We don't know what they're doing and what would justify the amount of money that they are receiving. And the third would be an update of the status of between an employee and HR. He's been requesting for months an update or an amended contract. Not sure what the details are, but I know that he has made himself present and has expressed the concern. And then finally, as I mentioned, various families, parents were actually have expressed their concern about a possible charter school being placed on the same campus as Starlight. I had no answers for them. That was the first time I had ever heard of it. So
Me too.
So if there's some kind of clarification or something happening, whether it's not happening or not, I think it's important that we be able to share that. Thank you.
I don't know. I don't know where that's coming from, but there are several bills going through the state legislature that we have discussed, and I'd be glad to bring an update on that because I did provide an opinion on that, and it was contrary. And I hope it's not the same thing because somebody's lying. So yeah, just unacceptable for that to take place. But we'll certainly take these into consideration, looking at our calendar as we get ready to draft or put together our board retreat. Alrighty, and Ms. Cantu, you had something.
Yes, Madam President, Ms. Garcia, I will be happy if you share that person that it's starting the rumors that there's a charter school to be open, because obviously we've been accused of it, and I would like to know who is that individual so he can come and tell us on our face here.
I would encourage you to attend an LD meeting. That's where that discussion came up. Well, not discussion, but questions came up. So I don't know their names, but you can attend because so far they've attended 2 meetings. So I've seen them and they'll probably show up at the next. But you can also voice your concern at one of those meetings to be transparent about
I want to
this.
be transparent here because that's
fine.
It's here
okay.
where
Same
Thank
there.
you. We're
Thank
not
you.
at the LD meeting. I do not attend
No.
my LD meetings.
But the concern came here.
Oh,
So
no.
I wanted to be clarified here.
I believe
Madam President.
somebody did clarify here, Ms. Cantu, which is why I make the statements about the lies. It's a 3-minute. Don't. What was it? What did attorney? The pitch or what is it? The dirt pitch?
For clarification purposes, because if it's brought to this table, it's here where we need to clarify.
Right, but
Simple as that.
right there. Well, okay. Moving forward, here we go. We've got we have an executive session scheduled. I move that we go into executive session. Do I have a second? Thank you. And I'll go into a roll call vote. Ms. Cantu, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Thank you. Ms. Hernandez, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Thank you. And Ms. Garcia, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. And I vote aye. We're going to executive session. Thank you. Please let the record reflect that it is 9:59. Thank you. and we are resuming the regular governing board meeting. And I would like to move for the approval to authorize a 1-year expulsion per student EM. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. I will proceed to a roll call vote. Ms. Cantu, how do you vote?
I vote aye, Madam President.
Thank you. Ms. Garcia, how do you vote? Thank
Aye.
you. And I vote aye, and motion carries. Before the end of this, the business for today, found a glitch. What I think they did the time that she stepped out. Thank you. There's a glitch that we found in the agenda, and it's relative to the calendar, and it's one can't go without the other. So with that, I would like to make a motion that we rescind the consent agenda as presented and exclude. Let me rephrase that. I would like to move that I rescind the consent agenda as previously voted on, with the exception of number 18, which is the approval of certified psychologist related services is in general the contracts, salary schedules for 26-27 school year. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Let me proceed to a roll call vote. Ms. Cantu, how do you vote?
I vote aye, Madam President.
Ms. Garcia, how do you vote?
Aye.
And I vote aye, and motion carries. Ms. Christine Santos, I want to make sure we did it correctly. We we got the votes. We got now. Okay. Okay. Do I need to go back? And I did with the exception, so I want to make sure it's worded correctly. That we're still approving the consent agenda with the exclusion of the 18. Just in case, can I make a motion just to make sure? I move that we approve the consent agenda with the exclusion of item 18. Do I have a second?
Second.
It's throwing me off, Ms. Garcia. And I'm going to proceed to a roll call vote. Ms. Cantu, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Thank you. Ms. Garcia, how do you vote?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion carries. I just want to make sure that it's correct. And then we're moving on to adjournment. Do I have a motion? I move that we adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. I'm going to proceed to a roll call vote. Ms. Cantu, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Thank you. And Ms. Garcia, how do you vote?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Thank you. We're adjourned. Please let the record reflect it's 11:25. Thank you.